Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was hunting in the eastern part of Texas a few years ago, in some of the densest bottomland I've ever been in. It's a part of the woods where you can barely walk through it without a machete. The kind of place where it's so thick and overgrown, you can hardly make your way through unless you've been out there 100 times. The area hadn't been logged in at least 70 or 80 years, so you know it was old growth. This was deep, untouched swampland for most of the year, too. During the wetter months, the whole area floods and becomes almost impassable. If you're hunting here, you've got to be prepared for anything, because it can be wild in ways you can't predict. There's a river nearby that's known to flood every so often, but that's just part of the territory. I'd been hunting here for as long as I could remember. I think I was about 8 years old when I first came out to this spot with my dad. I've hunted the same stand since I was a kid, though back then, it was always with someone older to make sure I was safe. As soon as I got old enough to hunt on my own, I had the place to myself. Over the years, I'd learned the woods like the back of my hand. I knew every tree, every rock, the direction the wind would blow, and even the animals that roamed through it. The area was familiar, almost like home. So, on this particular day, I parked my four-wheeler a ways off and decided to walk the last few hundred yards. Normally, the walk-in would be filled with the sounds of nature. The rustling of squirrels, the calls of birds, maybe the occasional rustle of a deer or hog making its way through the underbrush. But not today. As soon as I stepped into the woods, it was eerily silent. Not a single chirp, not a rustle, nothing. It was almost like the woods were holding their breath. It wasn't uncommon for it to be quiet right after a gunshot, or if some larger animal had passed through. But it had been hours since the sun had come up. I figured maybe something had spooked the animals, or maybe it was just one of those days. But still, the silence gnawed at me, a weight I couldn't shake. The woods always felt welcoming to me, but that day, something felt off. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was nothing, and continued to the stand. The stand itself was a small wooden box, elevated on stilts so it wouldn't get flooded when the river came up. It had openings on all sides, just big enough to see out of and to shoot through if needed. It was a simple setup, but it had always served me well. I climbed up into the stand, and once I settled in, I opened my book to pass the time. Normally, I'd spend the hours reading or just watching the woods, waiting for a deer or hog to show up. But today was different. The silence lingered, thick and unnerving. It's hard to describe, but the usual sounds of the forest were absent. Even the wind, which had been a soft breeze when I arrived, seemed to die down. It was just still. Every now and then, I'd look around, expecting to see something, anything move. But there was nothing. Not even the distant sound of a squirrel leaping between branches or a bird fluttering by. Just the wind rustling through the trees, and that was it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something felt wrong. I kept telling myself it was fine, that it was just one of those days where nature decided to take a break. But as the hours passed, the sense of unease only grew. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I sat there, tense, trying to focus on my book, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. It was a sensation I couldn't shake. It wasn't just the usual feeling of being in the woods, where you're always alert to the sounds around you. No, this was different. This was something more primal, like I wasn't the one who belonged here. I spent a couple of hours up there, but as the sun began to sink lower in the sky, I knew it was time to head back. I hadn't seen a single deer or hog, and by now, I was more than ready to leave. The woods, still unnervingly quiet, seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. I climbed down from the stand and started my way back to the four-wheeler. The trail that led back was familiar, winding its way through dense foliage and over small creeks. But the walk back was a different experience altogether. If the silence on the way in had been unsettling, the walk out was downright unnerving. The day critters had gone to sleep, and the night critters hadn't woken up yet, so there was this strange lull in the air. It wasn't total silence, but it felt like the woods were holding their breath. It's an odd thing to describe, but there's a palpable difference between the quiet of nature and the quiet of something waiting. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. At first, I chalked it up to nerves. After all, I'd been in the woods alone plenty of times, and I knew the sounds of nature better than anyone. But this wasn't like anything I'd ever felt before. It was like I wasn't alone out there. I quickened my pace, trying to shake the feeling. My boots crunched softly on the dry leaves and dirt, but the quiet around me was so heavy that even the smallest sound felt like it was echoing. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, some kind of predator or threat, lurking behind me. But there was nothing. I made it back to the four-wheeler without incident, but my mind was still racing. Something about the whole experience felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched from the moment I set foot in those woods. I didn't know what it was, but something wasn't right. The next morning, I went back to the same stand, hoping the previous day had just been a fluke. The sun was out, and the woods were alive with the usual noise of squirrels, birds, and the faint rustling of the underbrush. I climbed up into the stand again, hoping the normal sounds would put my mind at ease. It was hard to focus on anything with the weird feeling from the night before hanging over me, but I tried. As I was walking back to the four-wheeler, I noticed something strange. There, running down the side of the trail, were tracks. They weren't like the usual tracks I would see from a deer or hog. No, these were different. They were large, deep, and unmistakable mountain lion tracks. I crouched down for a closer look. The prints were fresh, and they were moving in the same direction I had walked the night before. My heart sank. I had been stalked. I was sure of it now. The mountain lion had been following me. I thought back to the previous night, to the strange feeling of being watched. The way the silence had weighed on me, the way every little movement in the woods had felt magnified. I was sure that the mountain lion had been keeping its distance, just watching me from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. But it hadn't attacked. Why? Was it just curious? Or was it waiting for the perfect opportunity? I'm not sure what made it keep its distance that night, but I'm thankful it did. I've heard plenty of stories about mountain lions and their attacks, and I knew I could have easily become prey if things had gone differently. That night, the woods had been quieter than I'd ever heard them, and I had been unaware of the danger creeping up behind me. I never found out what happened to that mountain lion. I don't know if it moved on or if it was still out there, lurking in the shadows. But that night, something inside me changed. I had always thought of the woods as a safe, welcoming place. But now, I knew that even the familiar could turn dangerous at any moment. There are things in the woods, things you can't see, things that are far more dangerous than you can imagine. And sometimes, no matter how much you know the land doesn't always welcome you back. I haven't been back to that stand since. There's something about that night that sticks with me. A reminder that the woods, no matter how familiar, can always surprise you. That sense of being watched, of being a step away from something far more dangerous than you, is something I'll never forget. I grew up in a house that had an odd kind of history, one that always made me uneasy, but never enough to actually spook me. It was a big house, built in the early 1900s. The woman who built it was young, barely in her 20s, and had come from somewhere far away after losing her family in the sinking of the Titanic. After that tragedy, she moved to our town and decided to make a new life for herself. She built the house, not really caring for the past she was leaving behind. The house was old, yes, and it creaked and groaned like an old man's bones, but that's what you expect from a house of its age. I'd grown used to it. The house wasn't haunted in any traditional sense, but there were sounds, strange ones, that would come from the walls, from the floorboards, the attic, or the crawl space under the house. It was easy to dismiss those noises. Houses make noises. It wasn't until recently, though, that I started to wonder if there might be something more to it. My bedroom had a crawl space underneath it, one that I always made sure to block off with a chair. That crawl space always gave me a bad feeling. I never told anyone about it, but I was always convinced something was lurking there, just waiting to escape. It was a tight space, and I never could quite shake the feeling that if I didn't block it off, something would try to get out. Growing up, the house was fine. Sure, it had its quirks. The creaking of the floorboards, the strange tapping sounds from the pipes. The house seemed to have a life of its own, but like most people, I didn't pay much attention to it. I thought nothing of it. But then, just before Easter of this year, everything changed. It started small. At first, there were a few noises here and there. A cabinet door opening on its own, strange whispers at night that I brushed off as the wind. I tried to ignore it, but it seemed like every time I turned around, something weird would happen. The weirdest part, it was always in the part of the house that was original. That part of the house was the oldest, the one the woman had built herself. The newer additions we made to the house over the years seemed to be untouched by whatever was causing these strange occurrences. I told my family about it at a gathering we had around Easter, just casual conversation. I was laughing it off, talking about how we always joked that the house was haunted, but now there were moments where I was starting to doubt that it was just a joke. I didn't want to worry anyone, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I told my family about the noises, the weird feelings I had when I walked into certain rooms. I mentioned how it seemed to always come from the original parts of the house. But they laughed, shrugged it off, and said it was all just the house settling. Nothing to be concerned about. Later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, I decided to stay up. I wasn't tired, and I figured I could watch some TV in the living room, unwind a little. The house was quiet, too quiet almost. It was late, and everything was still. The light in the kitchen was on, barely illuminating the dark hallway that led into the living room. The faint glow from the kitchen cast long shadows against the walls. I was staring at my phone as I walked down the hall, lost in whatever I was doing. When I reached the living room, I paused. My hand hovered over the light switch, and I stared into the darkened space, my eyes trying to adjust. For a second, everything felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something wasn't right. I looked up and froze. There, standing perfectly still in the middle of the living room, was a young woman. She was dressed in an old-fashioned, turn-of-the-century dress, one of those large, voluminous gowns that people wore back in the early 1900s. She had a large, wide-brimmed hat on her head, and she stood there unmoving. Her face was neutral, no expression, no emotion. It was as if she wasn't even alive, just a mannequin, frozen in time. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt tight. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't obey. I stood there, staring at her, unable to take my eyes off her for what felt like an eternity. Time seemed to stretch out, and all I could hear was the pounding of my heart in my ears. I couldn't look away. It was like she was staring at me, but her eyes weren't really looking at anything. They were just empty. Finally, I managed to force myself to move. My hand trembled as I reached for the light switch, and when I flicked it on, the room flooded with light. The woman was gone. There was nothing there. No sign she had ever been standing there. My heart was still racing, my breath coming in sharp, quick gasps. I didn't know what to think. Was I imagining things? Had I fallen asleep on my feet and dreamed it? But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. I ran to my room. I don't know why I chose my room, but I did. It was the only place that felt safe. I shut the door behind me, leaned against it, and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. I grabbed my phone and started texting my friend, telling her about what had just happened. My fingers fumbled over the keys, trying to explain the terror I felt. I was scared. No, I was terrified. As I typed, I heard it. At first, it was so faint that I thought it was just the wind. But then it came again, whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear them. The sound of voices, quiet but clear enough to send a shiver down my spine. Two people, maybe more. Whispering, but not in a way that sounded like a conversation. It wasn't comforting or friendly. It was as if the voices were just there lingering, but saying nothing I could understand. I looked up. The chair that I always kept blocking the crawl space with was no longer in its usual spot. It had been moved a few feet away, and the door to the crawl space was wide open. My heart skipped a beat. My skin prickled with fear, and a wave of nausea hit me. My first instinct was to bolt, to get as far away from that room as possible. But for some reason, I didn't. Maybe it was because I had always been afraid of what was behind that door. Maybe it was because I didn't want to believe that whatever I had seen downstairs had anything to do with this. I stood up. Slowly, my legs still shaky, I walked over to the door. My fingers trembled as I gripped the handle, and with all the strength I had, I slammed it shut. I don't know why, but I didn't stop there. I grabbed the chair and shoved it back in front of the door, blocking it like I always had. Then, without thinking, I muttered, "Fuck off." It wasn't like I was trying to be brave or confrontational. I just didn't know what else to say. Maybe it was a way to regain some control over the situation, even though everything in me was telling me to get out. I took one last look at the door, then at the room, and then at the shadows creeping around the corners. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't keep pretending that nothing was wrong. I walked out of my room, down the hall, and out of the house. I needed air. I needed to clear my head. I walked outside, the cool night air hitting my face, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. The house loomed behind me, silent, as if it were waiting for something I wasn't ready to understand. The truth was, I didn't know what was happening. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe the stress of everything had gotten to me, and my mind had started playing tricks. But then again, maybe not. Maybe something had woken up in that house, something I didn't want to face. Whatever it was, I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stay there anymore. Not with the house making those noises, not with the whispers, not with the cold feeling I always got in certain parts of the house. I never stayed in my room again. The chair stayed in front of the crawl space door, and I made sure the door stayed locked. I told my family about the whispers and what I'd seen, but they didn't believe me. They said it was all in my head. Maybe it was, but I never felt the same about the house again. Something had changed, and I was done pretending it hadn't. I had the day off from work, and on a hot summer afternoon, I decided to take a stroll down Sunset Boulevard. The sun was blaring down, but the streets were lively, full of people walking, shopping, and going about their day. I didn't have any particular destination in mind, but I remembered this cool little thrift store my friend had taken me to the week before. It was tucked away in a small, unassuming part of the boulevard, and I'd liked it so much that I wanted to check it out again on my own. The walk itself wasn't anything unusual. It was a typical day, a day off where I could just wander, clear my head, and take in the city. As I walked, I admired the buildings, the cars zooming by, the people hustling along with their busy lives. I passed a few places I recognized, a cafe I used to stop at for coffee, and a small bookstore where I used to browse during my lunch breaks. But I wasn't there for those places today. Today, I had a single goal, to find that thrift store again. I walked a little further down Sunset, glancing at the storefronts, trying to figure out where the shop might be. I could feel the heat rising from the pavement beneath me, but I wasn't in any rush. I kept walking, listening to the distant sound of traffic and the hum of conversations around me. After a few blocks, I realized I hadn't seen the store. Maybe I had walked too far. I stopped, taking a moment to check the street signs, and noticed something. Across the street, there it was, the thrift store. It was just across the road from where I stood. The street was busy, but I didn't think much of it. There was a crosswalk right up ahead, and it wasn't a long wait to cross. As I approached the street corner, I noticed something strange. There was an alleyway between two buildings that I had to walk past to get to the store. It was narrow, partially hidden in the shadows cast by the tall buildings. For some reason, it made me feel uneasy, though I couldn't say exactly why. I shrugged it off. It was broad daylight, after all. People were walking all around me, and everything seemed perfectly fine. I crossed the street and started walking toward the alley. That's when it hit me, the cold sweat. It wasn't just a light sweat from the heat. It was a chilling wave that washed over me, making my skin prickle and my body freeze up. I felt my heart start to race, and my hands began to shake. I had no idea what was going on, but I suddenly felt the overwhelming urge to get away from that alley. It wasn't a logical thought. I wasn't thinking about the alley itself, but just the need to get away from it. There was something off, something wrong, and I didn't know why. My legs froze for a moment, and I stood there, unsure of what to do. My body was screaming at me to run, but I stood frozen, looking at the alley. The sun was still bright, the street was still full of people, yet the feeling in the pit of my stomach grew heavier with every second I stood there. The alley was dark and uninviting, and despite it being the middle of the day, the shadows seemed thick enough to hide anything, or anyone in them. I glanced around. People were walking on the opposite side of the street, far from me. No one seemed to notice anything unusual, but I did. I had to get away from the alley. I took a few steps back, toward the crosswalk again, not understanding why I was so scared, but feeling that every inch I moved away from the alley made the fear subside just a little. I couldn't explain it, but I didn't need to. All I knew was that something inside me, deep in my gut, was telling me to leave, and I couldn't ignore it. I started walking back toward the traffic light, my mind racing. It felt like my body was acting on its own. Every step I took away from that alley seemed to release a little bit of the tension in my chest. But then, just as I was almost back to the traffic light, I felt something. It was subtle at first, just the smallest shift in the air, but I turned to my left and saw him. This guy, standing just a few feet from me, like he had popped up from nowhere. He was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, but there was something about the way he looked at me that made my skin crawl. He wasn't smiling or greeting me. He just stared at me, his eyes intense, almost as if he were sizing me up. I had just started to relax, thinking I had escaped whatever it was that had been making me so uneasy, but I froze again. "Excuse me," he said, his voice soft, casual. "Do you have the time?" It wasn't a question I thought much about at first. I had my wristwatch on, so I glanced down at it to check the time. But the second I looked down, I felt a hand grab my neck, and before I could process what was happening, I felt a violent tug. He had snatched the gold chain from around my neck. I didn't even have time to scream. My reflexes kicked in almost automatically, like everything I had learned from my self-defense training kicked into overdrive. I yanked away from his grip, and with everything in me, I swung my arm at his face. My fist connected with something soft, his cheek, or maybe his jaw, and I could feel the sudden shift in his stance as he let go of my arm. But it didn't stop there. The second I broke free, he didn't back off. Instead, he lunged forward, trying to grab me again. I pushed him away as hard as I could, but he was fast, way too fast. I barely managed to take a step back before he grabbed me by the arm. This time, I screamed loud and sharp, hoping someone would hear me. It wasn't like the movies, where people rush in to help. It was just the cold, harsh reality of being in a situation where you have to depend on yourself. I struggled with everything I had. Using my training, I kicked my leg out, landing a hard blow to his knee. That gave me just enough space to pull away from his grip. He staggered, and I turned on my heels, running as fast as I could back to the traffic light. I didn't know if he was following me, but I didn't dare look back. I just kept running, my breath ragged and sharp in my chest, my body moving on adrenaline alone. I reached the corner, just barely, before I stopped to catch my breath. My heart was racing, and I could feel the fear vibrating through me, sending tremors through my hands and legs. It took a moment for everything to settle in. What had just happened? Why did I feel like I was on the edge of losing control, of losing everything? The guy didn't say a word, but his eyes, they were cold, emotionless, empty. I could see it now. He didn't care about who I was. I was nothing more than a target. If he hadn't gotten my necklace, he would have gotten me into that alley. It was as if the whole thing had been planned from the start. He had been waiting for me, watching me, hoping I'd take that step toward the shadows where no one could see. I felt a shiver run through me as I stood there, trying to steady my breath. A couple walking by noticed me, and they saw something wasn't right. They asked if I was okay, and without thinking, I nodded. They guided me over to a bus bench nearby, where I could sit and calm down. My knees felt weak, and I didn't trust myself to stand anymore. The couple sat beside me, offering me water and asking if I needed help. I didn't speak much. My mind was still trying to process what had just happened, how close I had come to something much worse. The worst part of it all wasn't just how fast everything had happened, or how close I'd come to being attacked. It was the look in that man's eyes, the utter lack of care, the way he saw me as prey. There was nothing in his gaze but calculation and malice. I wasn't a person to him. I was a means to an end, and if it wasn't for the adrenaline, the martial arts training, and the instinct to run, who knows what would have happened. The alley had been a trap. He had been waiting for me there, watching from the shadows, hoping I'd walk into it, hoping I wouldn't trust my gut. I still think about that day sometimes. The lesson I took from it wasn't just that I was lucky or that I got away. It was that feeling, the one at the back of your neck, that instinct that screams at you to get away, to leave, to trust your body when it tells you something's wrong. I'll never ignore that feeling again. I didn't know why I had to run, but I'm damn glad I did. I still get chills when I think about the alley, about how close I came to walking right into it. But the truth is, I didn't, and I never will again. It was a few years ago now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was out hiking alone, just wandering through the woods. I liked getting off the beaten track, where no one else seemed to go. It was a way for me to clear my head, get some peace. I was walking through some thick undergrowth, not really paying attention to the path anymore, just letting my feet guide me where they wanted to go. The day was warm, but not too hot, the kind of weather where you don't need a jacket, but still feel the comfort of the sun on your skin. The woods were quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing more than the sounds of nature. But then, out of nowhere, I picked up this smell. At first, it was faint, just a weird sweetness in the air, like something sugary or floral, but I couldn't quite place it. I stopped and tried to figure out where it was coming from. The scent grew stronger the deeper I went, and it became overpowering, like something was rotting. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the smell, even though every instinct in my body told me I should turn around. I pulled back some of the undergrowth, thinking maybe I would find a patch of flowers or something that had gotten too close to blooming. But as I parted the branches, the scene in front of me stopped me cold. There, lying on the ground, was a body. I froze, my heart starting to race. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, maybe a deer or something. But no, this was definitely human. The body was bloated, swollen from being out in the elements for who knows how long. The skin had turned green and black in places, and it had a sickly, putrid look to it. Flies buzzed around it, and I could see where the local wildlife had gotten to it, gnawing away at the remains. It didn't take long to realize the guy had been out there for days, maybe longer. The smell was enough to confirm it. The kind of smell you can't unremember. I don't know why, but my first instinct was to call the police. Maybe it was because I couldn't just walk away and leave someone like that out in the woods. I dialed the number and told them what I had found. The voice on the other end told me to stay put and wait for them to arrive. "Stay with the body until we get there," they said. I could feel my stomach twist in knots. The idea of staying there alone with the body in the middle of nowhere, waiting for who knows how long, felt wrong. The woods seemed darker and more oppressive all of a sudden. I sat there, on a log just a few feet away, trying to distract myself by thinking of something else, anything else. But the smell, the sight of the body, it wouldn't leave me. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to ignore the sense of dread that settled in my chest. As the minutes passed, the sun began to dip lower in the sky, and the world around me seemed to grow colder. The distant sounds of birds and rustling leaves started to fade as evening crept in. The body, if anything, seemed to loom larger in the fading light. The air grew thicker, heavier, like the trees themselves were watching. I remember feeling the weight of the silence in the woods. It was like the night had swallowed everything up. I glanced down at the body every so often, half expecting it to move, to somehow stand up and walk away. I knew that was irrational, but I couldn't help it. In the deepening darkness, the woods felt alive, like they were watching me, listening to me, waiting for me to do something, anything. But I just sat there, looking at the ground, waiting for the police to show up. I had no idea how long it had been at that point, but the air felt different, like I was on edge. Then, just as the last bit of sunlight disappeared behind the trees, I heard something. A faint rustling, followed by a low thud. I snapped my head in the direction of the sound, but there was nothing. Just the wind moving through the leaves. Just the silence that had started to feel heavier with each passing moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there with me, watching. It took a while for the police to arrive, longer than I expected. It was already pitch dark by the time the lights of their cars finally broke through the trees. They came rushing out of their vehicles, and I was relieved to see them, to be surrounded by people again. I could finally breathe. But even then, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being so close to death in the woods. The officers did their thing, securing the area, taking pictures, and gathering evidence. They told me to wait by the cars while they handled the body. I wanted to leave, but they said they still needed statements and a few details. So I waited, standing by the car, my mind racing. They eventually told me the man had committed suicide, that they found a note nearby, and that he had been out there for several days before I stumbled across him. His body had been hidden by the undergrowth, and the wildlife had made a feast out of him. The whole thing felt surreal. A suicide in the woods, so far out from any help or people. It didn't make sense. But the more I thought about it, the more disturbing it became. Why would someone end their life out there, in the middle of nowhere? Alone? The whole situation left me with more questions than answers. After the police left, I went back to my car, but the images of the body, the smell, the absolute stillness of the woods, it stayed with me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. The man, bloated and lifeless, staring at me from the ground. It felt like he was right there with me in the dark. For the next few weeks, the dreams started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, my heart pounding in my chest, but I never remembered the details at first. Slowly, the dreams started to come back to me more vividly. The man would be there, standing in front of me. I couldn't make out his face, but I could feel his anger, his resentment. It wasn't a peaceful resting place for him. It wasn't just a dream either. It felt real. The sense of menace, of something unfinished, something unresolved. I could feel him, like he was waiting for me to do something, anything. The dreams got worse as time went on. He would talk to me in these dreams, but not in words. It was more like a feeling, a pressure in my mind. He was angry. Angry that I had disturbed his final resting place. Angry that I had been the one to find him. He'd whisper in my ear, telling me that I didn't belong, that I had taken something from him. He wanted me to pay. He wanted me to do the same thing he had done. He wanted me to kill myself. The first time I heard that in the dream, I woke up screaming, covered in sweat, my heart racing. I couldn't understand it. It felt like he was trying to drag me down, to make me feel the same hopelessness he must have felt. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the dreams kept coming, night after night, growing more intense, more vivid. I couldn't escape them. It wasn't long before the anxiety started to eat away at me. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel him there, just beyond my consciousness. The man, angry and bitter, wanting revenge for disturbing his final resting place. I felt like I couldn't escape him, like he was haunting me, waiting for me to slip up, waiting for me to fall into that same dark place. I started avoiding the woods. Every time I even thought about going back to the area, I would feel a wave of panic rise in my chest. The man's face, or what I imagined his face to look like, would flash in my mind, and I couldn't bear it. I would hear his whispers in the back of my mind, reminding me of his anger, his resentment. I knew it wasn't real, but it didn't feel that way. Eventually, I found a way to cope. I started talking about it. I went to therapy, trying to understand why the dreams had such a hold on me. I explained the whole thing to the therapist, and after a lot of sessions, we worked through the fear and anxiety. She told me that the mind had a way of processing trauma, even when it wasn't something that could be explained. She told me I had to let go of the anger I felt for the man, that I couldn't carry his burden. It took time, but eventually, the dreams started to fade. They became less frequent, and I could go to sleep without dreading the darkness. It's been a few years now, but every once in a while, I'll catch myself thinking about that day. I'll remember the smell, the body, the feeling of being so alone in the woods. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear his whispers, distant but insistent, just beneath the surface of my thoughts. I try not to think about it too much, but I know that somewhere, out there in the woods, he's still there. I had just gotten my daughter on the bus that morning, it being one of those crisp fall days, with the air still cool but not too cold. School had only just started, and she was in kindergarten, still adjusting to the routine, still getting used to the idea that her world was expanding beyond home. We live in a rural area, far from any hustle and bustle, with only one car. Every morning, my husband and I would get up, take him to work, and then I would come back home with my daughter. Once she was off to school, I'd get a few things done around the house before my shift started. It was a pretty normal day. The house was quiet after I dropped her off, and I had the day off from work, so I was looking forward to some time to clean and get caught up on laundry. I started in my daughter's room, folding her clothes and hanging them in her closet. The sound of the TV from the living room reached me as I worked, a light hum in the background. I didn't even notice it at first, but then I heard something. It wasn't quite a sound I recognized, but it was close enough to make me freeze. A soft, muffled cough. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough that I couldn't ignore it. I stood there, holding a shirt and a hanger, my mind racing. What the hell was that? My first thought was that it had to be the cat, maybe hacking up a hairball outside her window. But something about it didn't sit right. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was nothing. Maybe the TV made the sound. Maybe I was just hearing things. But then, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stood motionless, almost paralyzed, not knowing what to do. I was in her room alone. The house felt too quiet, too still. I glanced around, looking for something, anything, to make sense of it. Nothing. Nothing at all. I was still holding that shirt in my hand, frozen in place, when the cough came again, but this time it was louder, more distinct. It didn't sound like the TV anymore. My heart skipped. My stomach clenched. What the hell? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. I couldn't think of anyone else being in the house. I couldn't explain it. There were no pets around. No one else was home. But that cough, It was too real to ignore. I felt the panic rising inside of me, a feeling I hadn't felt in a long time. I didn't know what to do, so I just dropped the shirt and hanger and bolted for the door. My legs moved before I even had a chance to think about it. I ran to my father-in-law's house next door, my heart hammering in my chest. My feet pounded against the dirt ground as I made my way over there, my breaths coming in shallow gasps. His house was close, only about a football field away, and thankfully he was home. He didn't work, had been on disability for years, and I always knew he'd be around when I needed him. I banged on his door, nearly breaking it down in my rush to get inside. He opened it, looking annoyed and groggy, clearly startled by my frantic appearance. "Dad, something's going on at the house. I think someone's in there," I said, nearly choking on the words. He looked confused, his brow furrowing as he tried to piece together my rapid-fire speech. I was on the verge of tears, too scared to speak clearly, too terrified to stay alone. I just wanted him to come with me, to make sure everything was okay. He didn't need to do much, just check the house. That's all I needed. Okay, he said, holding up his hands, trying to calm me down. I couldn't take the panic out of my voice no matter how hard I tried. I begged him to come, and after a few moments he agreed. He grabbed his gun, a hunting rifle he kept for protection, and we got in his truck. I stayed in the truck, locking the doors, my eyes darting to every movement outside. I couldn't focus. I couldn't calm down. My mind kept racing, and every little noise made me jump. I kept staring at the house, waiting for him to come out, but he was taking forever. It felt like an eternity. When he finally came out, I couldn't even read his expression. He didn't look scared, but he didn't look normal either. There was a deep, palpable tension in his face. "Did you leave a pack of Newports in her room?" he asked. My stomach dropped. I could barely speak. "What? No, I don't smoke Newports. I smoke Camels." His eyes widened, and something in his expression changed. His voice dropped. "Then what the hell are those doing there?" That was when I felt the true weight of the situation sink in. Someone had been in my house. It wasn't just a sound. Someone had been there. Someone who had no business being there. He handed me his phone and told me to call the cops. I could barely breathe, but I dialed 911, barely able to make sense of the words coming out of my mouth. They said it would be a while, at least an hour, before they could send the state troopers out. We lived too far from town. I didn't know what to do, but I had to call my husband. I barely even let him speak before I was rambling. Someone was in the house. "There are cigarettes. They're not mine. Something's wrong." He was confused, asking questions, but I was too frantic to explain. Finally, he called his brother and told him to come over to help. They didn't live far, and it only took about 20 minutes for them to get there. While I waited in the truck, I could feel my nerves fraying more and more. Every second felt like an hour. My father-in-law, husband, and brother-in-law started searching the woods that surrounded the houses. They didn't find anything. No sign of anyone. Just the woods, empty and still. The state trooper showed up eventually, and he was calm, professional, but there was nothing for him to work with. He walked through the house, looked at the pack of cigarettes on the floor, and did a quick check of the property. No one had broken in. Nothing was missing. No signs of forced entry. "Nothing I can do," he said flatly. "There's no one here. No evidence of anything." I felt stupid. I felt so stupid. I had let my fear take over, and now here I was, with no answers. I didn't know if it was a random person who had wandered into our area, or if it had been someone with a plan. They could have been after anything, or worse, someone in the house. The trooper took the pack of Newports as evidence, but it wasn't going to lead anywhere. He took my statement, and my father-in-law's, and told us there was nothing else he could do. No one had been caught. There was nothing to go on. That day, my husband and his brother changed the locks on every door in the house. I'd never felt so exposed in my life. The front door, the back door, even the window locks, they were all replaced. They handed me a key, something I hadn't had before. I started keeping my doors locked at all times, something I'd never done before. It felt ridiculous to even think about locking up in such a quiet, rural area, but now it felt like I had no choice. We didn't take my daughter out of school that day. We didn't want to stress her out, but I told the school just in case. We made sure to let the teacher know that something strange had happened, that they needed to be alert. At night, I let her sleep in our bed for a while. She didn't mind, but eventually, she wanted to go back to her own room. She wasn't a baby anymore, she told me. I wanted to protect her, to keep her close, but I didn't want to push her fears onto her either. Over the next few weeks, life settled back into its normal routine. Nothing strange happened again. No one came back. No more sounds, no more cigarette packs, nothing. But the fear, that gnawing sense of paranoia, stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us, maybe for a while. The idea that a stranger could walk into my house, even in the middle of the day, made my skin crawl. I still get uneasy when I'm alone in the house, even now. It's not the same as before, but that vulnerability lingers. The world doesn't always feel as safe as it once did. We got a dog a few months later, a shepherd mix that my husband said would be able to help protect us. He was supposed to be a companion, but I think I got him more for the peace of mind. I don't know who was in my house that day, or what they wanted. I don't think I'll ever know. I still don't feel completely safe, but I've learned to lock the doors, no matter how quiet and remote the area seems. You never know who might be out there. I was 18 when I first decided to give online dating a shot. I wasn't expecting much, just a chance to meet new people, maybe make a friend or two. I'd been talking to a guy for a couple of weeks, and we'd connected well, or so I thought. He seemed like a nice guy, friendly, attentive, the kind of person you'd picture as safe. He'd suggested we meet up in person, and after a bit of hesitant back and forth, I agreed. He promised it would be a public place. No pressure, just some coffee, maybe a walk around the mall, nothing major. For some reason, that should have been my first red flag. The day came, and I showed up at the address he had sent me. It wasn't a coffee shop like I imagined, but a small shopping center that was connected to a row of condos. It wasn't busy at all, but there were a few people wandering around. I stood in front of a store, glancing at my phone every few seconds, waiting for his message. I didn't recognize him when he walked up to me, which immediately set my nerves on edge. I had pictured him differently from the photos, and the man who stood in front of me didn't match at all. But I didn't want to be rude, so I tried to play it cool. He smiled, and in that moment, he reassured me that it was him. Though it felt off, I told myself I was just being paranoid. He said, "Let's walk." I left something in my condo. I hesitated. The whole idea of going to his place was weird. We had just met, and now, he was asking me to go into his home? But I was shy, and I didn't want to seem rude. So I said, "Sure." Why? I have no idea. It felt like I was just going along with whatever he suggested. I didn't even stop to think about how strange it was. He led me through the parking garage, and the deeper we walked into the dimly lit structure, the more uneasy I became. My skin started crawling. My gut was screaming at me to stop, to turn around and just leave, but I didn't. I kept walking, trying to make small talk, but my words felt forced. He gave short, one-word answers, and when he spoke, his voice was oddly cold. Nothing like how he had been in our messages. I noticed his movements were too smooth, too calculated, like he already knew the space well enough to make me feel like an outsider. The sound of my shoes against the concrete echoed, bouncing off the walls, as if the air itself was thickening, getting heavier. When we reached his floor, we walked through a long, narrow hallway. He didn't immediately lead me into his condo, though. Instead, he turned left and right a few times, making a few extra turns that didn't make sense. The apartment complex was a maze, and he led me deeper into it, twisting and turning in ways that confused me. I wasn't sure if it was because I wasn't paying close enough attention, or if he was intentionally trying to disorient me. My heart began to race as my anxiety shot up. I tried to keep my thoughts steady, telling myself that everything was fine, that I was just overthinking. Finally, we reached his door. The apartment was dark, darker than I expected. It wasn't filthy, but there was a distinct layer of trash scattered around, empty cans, crumpled paper, old wrappers. It didn't look as though anyone really lived there, but that could have been my judgmental side kicking in. Still, I couldn't ignore the odd tension in the air. I sat down on the couch, feeling my belongings tightly gripped in my lap. I wanted to keep my purse and phone close to me, just in case. I tried to stay calm, even though my whole body was telling me to run. He didn't say anything for a long while. He just stood there, staring at me. After a few moments, he casually crossed the room and picked up everything off my lap, my purse, my jacket, my phone, and walked over to the kitchen with it. I was too stunned to say anything. He didn't even look at me as he walked back, but he told me, "I need to make a call." He disappeared into the other room, and I could hear him closing doors, 3 of them, one after another. The sound echoed through the apartment. I couldn't see what he was doing, but I could faintly hear the conversation he was having. A low murmur, followed by a sharp, clear, "Yeah, she's inside." A cold panic gripped my chest. My mind raced. This wasn't normal. This wasn't how any first meeting should go. My whole body was on alert, and every part of me was screaming to get out. But what if he caught me trying to leave? What if he followed me? I could already hear the deep thumping of my heart, loud and uneven in my ears. I needed a plan. Fast. I looked at the beer bottle on the coffee table. If I could just grab that, maybe I could hit him hard enough to get a head start. I mentally rehearsed the moves. Hit him with the bottle, grab my things, and bolt out the door. But before I could decide on the next step, he walked back into the room, this time taking a seat next to me. He was silent, just sitting there, staring at me with a calm, unnerving intensity. I wanted to scream, to jump up and run, but I stayed still, too scared to move. Then, without any warning, he grabbed my ponytail and violently yanked my head to the side. He tried to kiss me, but I jerked away, pushing him back with every ounce of strength I had left. "I need to go," I gasped, my voice barely above a whisper, my entire body trembling. He froze for a moment, staring at me like I was something to be figured out. Then, without a word, he walked back into his room, closing the door behind him. I could hear him talking again, muffled through the walls. 3 more doors slammed shut. That was it. I couldn't wait another second. I had to go. I grabbed my things, shoving my phone into my purse, pulling my jacket on as quickly as I could, and heading for the door. But the second my hand touched the doorknob, he was there. He stepped into the hallway, and before I knew it, he was walking me to the elevator. The hallway was eerily quiet, and I was so focused on keeping my breathing steady that I didn't even notice how slowly we moved. When we reached the elevator, he pressed the button, and as the doors slid closed, the silence between us became unbearable. Just as the doors started to close, he leaned in slightly, his voice too low, too calm. "Have you ever been in a fight before?" I didn't answer. I didn't know how to answer. All I could think was that I had to get out of there. The elevator doors opened. I bolted. I ran as fast as I could through the parking garage, my heart hammering in my chest. I sprinted to my car, jumping in and locking the door behind me. I didn't even wait to buckle my seatbelt before I started the engine and slammed the car into gear. I drove out of the garage, the whole time glancing back at the complex, at the figure standing by the door, watching me. I didn't stop until I was miles away from that place. It felt like I had to drive through the night, just to make sure I wasn't being followed, that no one was watching me. I couldn't believe I had been so stupid. How had I let myself get into that situation? How had I not seen the warning signs? I never contacted him again. I deleted my dating profile and stayed away from online dating completely. I never spoke to anyone about what had happened, not for a long time. It took a while for my nerves to settle, and even now, I still get a little paranoid when I meet new people. But I learned that day to trust my gut, to listen to the little voice in the back of my head that tells me when something feels wrong. I never made that mistake again. It was a Saturday morning, one of those slow, lazy ones where there's no rush to be anywhere. The sun was coming in through the kitchen window just right, casting long rectangles of light across the floor. My 4-year-old son was sitting on the floor playing with his dinosaurs, making loud roaring noises and talking to himself in that half-understandable way little kids do. I was at the kitchen counter making toast, still in my sleep shirt and pajama pants, my hair a mess. My eyes were still adjusting to the day, still half asleep, even though it was already past 9. We were alone. My older son, who was 7 at the time, was at a sleepover with his cousins. My husband was out of town on a business trip and wouldn't be back until Sunday night. It was just the 2 of us in the house, something that doesn't happen often. It felt kind of nice to not be running after 2 kids for once, just one. Peaceful even. That was when my son stood up, stretched, and announced, like he always did, "I gotta go potty." He said it every time, always with the same tone, like it was part of a routine, almost like a little script he repeated. I didn't think twice about it. He turned and padded off down the hallway, bare feet on hardwood, and I turned back to my toast. Not even 20 seconds later, I heard him again, behind me now. "There's already someone in the bathroom," he said. I turned around, blinking. "What do you mean?" I asked, before I even really processed what he was saying. He just repeated it. There's already someone in the bathroom. Now, I'm not someone who scares easily. I don't jump at noises. I don't imagine things that aren't there. I'm the one who checks the locks at night, who kills spiders without blinking. But something about the way he said it froze me in place. Not because of the words themselves, but because of the situation. There shouldn't be anyone in that bathroom. It was just the two of us in the house. I knew that. I had locked the front door and checked all the windows the night before, like I always do. No one had come in or out. I turned the stove off slowly. I asked him, "What do you mean there's someone in the bathroom?" But he just looked at me and didn't say anything else. He didn't look scared, just confused. I put the butter knife down. My heart had started beating faster. There's a difference between the quiet you expect in your home and the kind of quiet that suddenly feels like it's hiding something. I hadn't heard any footsteps, no flushing toilet, no water running. But still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up like they were on springs. I walked over to the knife block on the kitchen counter and pulled out the biggest one we had. One of those long, heavy chef's knives, wide enough to make you feel a little better about having it in your hand. I told my son to stay where he was. He didn't argue, just stood there with his hands hanging at his sides, watching me. I moved slowly toward the hallway, every step on the hardwood sounding louder than I expected. The house suddenly felt different, like I was in someone else's home, walking through rooms that weren't mine. My brain was going through every possibility. Had I left the door unlocked? Could someone have come in while I was half asleep? What would I do if I found someone in there? I wasn't dressed, had no phone in my hand, no way to call for help except yelling. The hallway stretched longer than it ever had before. The bathroom was at the very end, just past both boys' bedrooms. It had no windows, just one door that stayed closed unless someone was using it. As I got closer, I realized the door was open just a crack. Not wide open, but not latched shut either. That part made me stop. I usually keep it closed all the way when no one's in there. But that wasn't solid proof of anything, not yet. I stood just outside the bathroom and listened. Nothing. Dead quiet. Not even the sound of the house settling or the fridge humming from the kitchen. My grip on the knife tightened. My mouth had gone dry. I nudged the door open slowly with my foot, keeping my body angled away from the opening. The door creaked a little on the hinges. I leaned my head in just far enough to see the room. Sink, toilet, floor, all empty. I stepped in. Still nothing. But then I remembered the shower. Our shower has one of those old sliding curtains, the kind that's thick and opaque and tends to stick to your leg when you're standing too close. It was drawn shut. My eyes were locked on that curtain like it was going to move. My stomach felt heavy. My breathing was shallow, like I didn't want to make a noise. I didn't call out. I didn't ask if anyone was there. I just moved slowly toward it, knife held low but firm in my right hand. I kept my other hand out, reaching for the edge of the curtain. I stood just to the side and pulled it back in one hard motion. Nothing. The tub was empty. Dry too, hadn't been used since the day before. I stood there a second longer, just staring, letting the relief settle in, but not fully believing it yet. Then I turned around and walked out. My son had followed me halfway down the hallway, and when I saw him again, I asked, "Where did you see the person?" He just pointed. I followed his finger back into the bathroom, and that's when I noticed the toilet. The lid was up, and the bowl was full. Someone had gone to the bathroom and hadn't flushed. I felt the tension release in my shoulders like a valve opening. My older son. Of course. He must have used it before we left the house yesterday, maybe in a rush before heading out to his cousin's. Didn't flush. I hadn't noticed it because I hadn't used that bathroom since. And my 4-year-old, he just saw a full toilet and figured that meant someone was still in there. To him, that was evidence. He wasn't scared, just confused, the way kids are when something doesn't match their little internal logic. I flushed the toilet. The sound was jarring after all that silence, but it grounded me. I walked back to the kitchen, put the knife back in its place, and sat down hard on one of the chairs. It took me a while to stop shaking, not visibly, but inside. The kind of shaking that doesn't go away right away, even when you know you're safe again. I watched my son go back to his dinosaurs like nothing had happened, back to roaring and stomping them around the floor. No idea what he'd triggered in my brain. That night, after he went to bed, I checked every window and door again. Twice. Sat in the living room with a cup of tea, staring at the hallway, and feeling like an idiot for being that on edge. But I wasn't mad at myself. Not really. Because if it had been something, if someone had actually been in the house, I wouldn't have known unless my son had said something. His little misunderstanding was the kind of thing you hear other parents talk about, maybe laugh at. But when it's happening to you, and you're the only adult in the house, it doesn't feel funny at all. It feels like the world has suddenly shifted a little bit sideways. The next morning, things were back to normal. My older son came home with messy hair and grass stains on his jeans. My husband texted he'd landed in Denver. The routine settled back in. But for a while, for at least a few days after, every time I passed the bathroom, I glanced at the curtain again, half expecting it to move. And I found myself listening more carefully to the little things, footsteps, creaks, silence that felt too quiet. Because sometimes the scariest moments aren't about what's there, it's about what your mind thinks might be. And when you're standing alone in a hallway, holding a kitchen knife, staring at a closed shower curtain, your brain doesn't care about logic. It just cares about what it thinks it knows. And sometimes, all it takes is a toilet someone forgot to flush to throw all that logic straight out the window. It was just one of those moments that reminded me how fragile our sense of safety really is, how quickly it can unravel, and how more often than not, it's the small, ordinary things that catch us off guard the most. After that, I started checking the bathroom every morning, flushing the toilet even if it didn't need it, just to be sure. I was 15 years old when this happened, and it still sticks with me now. It was one of those nights where the air feels heavier than usual, but you don't notice it until it's too late. I had been out with one of my closest friends, just hanging around, wasting time like we usually did on weekends. It was already dark when we started walking home, the kind of dark where the only light came from far-off street lamps and the odd house window. We weren't far from home, maybe 10 or 15 minutes on foot, and we decided to take the usual way. Long road, quiet, not much going on most nights. You get used to the silence out there. It's got woods on one side and a school and some playing fields on the other. The kind of place you could walk a mile without seeing a soul. We just passed the community center on the left. It was one of those local places, brick building, small windows, always smelled like old mats and dust inside. During the week it did classes, karate, yoga, art stuff for kids. On weekends people rented it out for birthday parties or baby showers. Sometimes there'd be music thumping from it, but most nights it was just dark and shut. On the other side of the road was the school, my old primary school, with its big main building and around the back of it, the infamous bike shed. Growing up, everybody knew about the bike shed. It wasn't anything official, just an old lean-to structure where students locked up their bikes during the day. But after hours, it was one of those places teenagers gathered. You'd go for a smoke, or to drink a bit, or just sit around and talk rubbish. It had graffiti all over it, and bits of old glass bottles in the corners. Most times, you'd know the people in there. Even if they weren't your mates, they'd be someone's cousin or someone from school. We were walking past the path that led down to the trees on the left and the school fields on the right when I heard something. Voices, loud enough to cut through the still night air. At first, I thought it was just the usual carry-on, someone having a laugh. But then I heard a louder voice shout out, "Here we go guys, Mon." I froze mid-step. It wasn't playful. There was something about the tone, like someone gearing up for a fight or charging into something. My mate heard it too. We both turned toward the school, and that's when I saw them. A group of at least 10 people came out from behind the bike shed, suddenly and all at once, like they'd been hiding in the shadows. They moved fast, breaking into a run across the field towards us. The only thing separating them from us was the school's metal fence, about waist height and easy enough to jump. My heart dropped. I didn't recognize any of them. Their shapes came closer fast, spreading out as they ran. Some were already hopping the fence directly in front of us. Some were aiming to land behind us. Some went ahead to cut us off. It was like they'd done this before. We didn't run. We couldn't. It all happened too fast. The moment they hit the pavement, we were surrounded. Just standing there, hearts racing, no clue what they wanted. One of them, a guy in a zipped-up black jacket, walked right up. "We're yes off to, lads." Another voice echoed right after him. "Aye, we're yes off to." They were testing us, seeing how we'd react. I kept my mouth shut, hoping my friend would say something smart, but before either of us could answer, someone else from the group spoke up. "Mon, get us into that party. You must know whose party it is, I." I turned slightly, and realized they were talking about the community center. There must have been something on tonight, a birthday or whatever. I hadn't really paid attention when we passed it, but now that I looked, I could see the building was lit up inside and faint music was leaking out into the night. We were stuck. They'd guessed we were local. Maybe it was how we dressed, or how we walked, or just the fact we were there. They were certain we knew who was throwing the party, and they wanted in. I glanced at my mate and could tell he was just as rattled as I was. But then, weirdly, the tension dropped for a second. One of the lads stepped forward and squinted at my friend. "Wait, a mate I ken you. From P class last year." Just like that, the mood shifted. The guy smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and started talking like they were old friends. My mate nodded along, obviously going with it, and I stood there praying this meant we'd be left alone. Some of them drifted closer to us, others stood in little groups, muttering. It wasn't exactly friendly, but the edge had gone off it, for the moment. Next thing I know, we're walking toward the community center with them. Not leading, but definitely not breaking off. It wasn't like we had a choice. A few of them made it clear they weren't taking no for an answer. Their plan was simple. We go up together, they stand behind us, and we get them inside. When we got to the front, the music was louder. You could hear laughing, footsteps thudding inside on the wooden floors. A boy about 18 stood at the door, arms crossed, and didn't even let us finish our sentence before he shook his head. Nah, no chance. That was it. No discussion. Just a flat no. I didn't blame him. 10 unknown guys showing up late at night with 2 nervous locals wasn't exactly subtle. Now we're stuck. The front of the building had this tiny car park, barely enough space for 3 cars. We were standing awkwardly near the side of the community center, right under a flickering light, kind of in a circle, not really talking. The guys were restless. You could feel it. One of them stood near me, far too close. I could smell whatever he'd been drinking. Cheap cider maybe, something harsh. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there, sizing me up. Then finally he asked, "Who are you and where you Faye?" I told him my name. He kept staring. I added where I was from, just up the hill. He blinked slowly, eyes fixed on me like he wasn't seeing me properly, like he was looking through me. "Who are you but?" There was no friendliness in his voice. It was a challenge. I stammered something. Honestly, I don't even remember what. Just trying to say I wasn't anyone, hoping he'd move on. But then everything changed. "I don't give a fuck who you are, where you're from. I'm gonna fuck him." He didn't finish. One of the others jumped in fast. "Well, no, he's cool, man, he's cool." "Not him." And then I saw it. In his hand, just low by his side, angled slightly forward metal, reflecting the light from the community center. A blade. Not a little one either. The kind you'd hide in your jacket, something with weight to it. The tip was pointing toward my stomach, close enough that I could feel how cold it was just from the way the night air hit it. He didn't blink, didn't move. His friend tried to talk him down, and they started arguing. Not yelling, but sharp, angry whispers. I couldn't hear every word, but I heard enough. My mouth went dry. I felt like if I moved too fast, it would go straight into me. I looked at my friend. He'd seen it now too. His face said everything: panic, fear, helplessness. I mouthed the words without thinking. "Go now." He got it. Somehow, through the fog of fear and confusion, he got it. He said, "I'm just going to the toilet," loud enough for them to hear, then turned away casually. I nodded and followed like that had been our plan the whole time. We took a few steps, just a few, and then we ran. We didn't scream or shout. We just ran. Fast. Faster than we ever had in our lives. Around the corner of the building, up past the car park, cutting into the night with our hearts exploding in our chests. Behind us, I heard a voice shout. Not calm, not confused. Rage. "I'm gonna rip you open." I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew he was chasing us. I could hear him crashing through the gravel, his feet pounding the ground behind us. We knew this area. We'd grown up here. He hadn't. That was what saved us. That and his friend, whoever he was, who'd stopped him the first time. We cut between houses, jumped a fence into someone's back garden, nearly tripped over a garden hose, and kept running. I scraped my leg on a bush, didn't feel it. Just kept going. Over another fence, through a back alley, past someone's shed. Finally, we reached the end of the street, where we knew someone had motion sensor lights. We sprinted straight at them, and the floodlights blinked on, lighting everything up in harsh white. We stopped under those lights, both of us panting, sweating. bent over at the waist trying to breathe. We listened hard. Nothing. No footsteps. No voices. Just silence. He hadn't followed us that far. Maybe he gave up. Maybe his friend stopped him again. Maybe he realized the lights would bring someone to a window. Either way, he was gone. We walked the rest of the way home slower, but still watching every shadow like it might lunge at us. When we got back, we didn't even talk about it. Not really. We just sat there, eyes wide, trying to understand what almost happened. What could have happened? The blade. The way he looked at me like I was nothing. Like he'd done it before. I found out later who he was. Word gets around in places like ours. He wasn't local. Came from a few towns over. He was already on the police radar. Already had a record. Not long after that night, he was arrested for something else. Now he's in prison for weapons, drugs, theft. The whole lot. I never saw him again. And I never walked past that bike shed the same way after. Even now, when I pass by that street, I remember how the air felt, the cold metal inches from my stomach, and how close I came to never walking home again. The house we moved into wasn't just old, it had a history. I wasn't exactly prepared to live in a house with a history of polio patients and medical experiments, but it wasn't like we had much choice. It was a good house, solid and well-constructed, but it had stories, some whispered to me from the walls, and others from my family. The place used to be a hospital/camp for kids with polio, a place that was both a refuge and a tragic spot in history. That's what we were told when we first looked at it. And like any piece of history, some things lingered long after the patients and the doctors had moved on. When we moved in, I didn't think much about any of it, even though I had a deep, instinctive sense that something in that house was different. I wasn't exactly someone who saw ghosts or heard voices, but I'd always been sensitive to certain feelings. I could walk into a room and instantly feel a sense of discomfort or know when something was wrong, even if it wasn't obvious. It's hard to explain, but I had this constant unease. My chest would tighten and my stomach would knot. I brushed it off, of course, because it was an old house. Maybe it was just settling, or maybe the electromagnetic field was messing with me. I'd watched enough of ghost hunters to believe that could happen. So, I ignored the feeling. I just assumed that was part of living in a house with a past. But then came the whispers. It started subtly. I would wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes with a strange sense of someone watching me. Other times, the silence would be too quiet, and I'd get that odd, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I remember one night, I woke up, and the air in the room felt heavier than usual. I was laying there, eyes wide open, trying to shake off the feeling when I heard something. It was a soft, almost inaudible sound, like a faint whisper coming from the corner of the room. I wasn't afraid. I didn't feel threatened, but I didn't know who or what was in the room with me either. I stayed in bed, heart pounding a bit more than I'd like to admit, just trying to listen. The whispering continued for a few moments. It was so soft, like a breeze brushing against my ear. But then, as if sensing my attention, it stopped. The room fell silent again, and I assumed I'd imagined it. Maybe the house was just settling, or maybe it was the wind outside playing tricks on me. I turned over and tried to get back to sleep, but sleep didn't come so easily after that. The next morning, I mentioned it to my fiancé. He wasn't much of a believer in ghosts or the paranormal, so he just shrugged it off. I thought maybe I'd been dreaming, or maybe it was the stress of moving into a new home that made my mind play tricks on me. But my husband's story changed everything. He told me, in the quietest of tones, that he'd woken up in the middle of the night. He said he had felt someone sitting beside him on the bed. At first, he thought it was me, maybe restless or needing some space in the night. But when he turned over, he saw a man sitting on the edge of the bed. He described him as an older gentleman, someone who looked kind, someone you wouldn't be scared of. The man wasn't saying anything. He was just sitting there, whispering something, almost like he was trying to comfort him. My fiancé said he didn't feel afraid at all. In fact, the entire experience felt peaceful. The man, the stranger sitting there in the middle of the night, dissipated after a few seconds, just kind of fading away like he'd never been there in the first place. My husband wasn't shaken by it. He even got up to go to the bathroom, fully awake, and when he came back to bed, everything felt normal again. But that moment stayed with him, and with me. I couldn't ignore it any longer. There was something in that house. I didn't know who this man was, but my gut told me it wasn't a bad spirit. He didn't seem like someone who would harm us. There was a calmness to him, a gentleness. And if my fiancée hadn't felt threatened, then I couldn't chalk it up to some kind of bad energy. Still, it left me uneasy. As the days passed, I started to hear things. It was faint at first, like the sound of footsteps on the floor above us. When we moved in, we used the room attached to the sun porch as a storage space, so it wasn't as if we spent a lot of time there. But soon, I began to hear boots tapping against the floor above me in the dead of night. It was a sound I couldn't ignore. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't the wind. These were heavy, deliberate steps, like someone walking slowly, pacing back and forth in the room next to the sun porch. I never told my husband about it. I wasn't sure if it would worry him or make things worse, but I could feel it. I didn't know who was pacing around up there, but it was clear that whoever was there wasn't quite finished with us. One night, I was particularly frustrated with my fiancée. I had had a bad day, and we weren't getting along. As I sat on the edge of the bed, fuming quietly, I heard the footsteps again, but this time, they weren't coming from above me. This time, the sounds were outside, just below the window. It was like someone was walking on the small roof, right outside our bedroom. The boots were heavy, and they scraped against the roof, dragging along the shingles. I couldn't help it, I snapped. I was already irritated, and hearing the footsteps outside, in the dark, just added to it. "Okay, Bill," I said out loud, not expecting anyone to hear. "You're really starting to get on my nerves." It was strange, but as soon as I spoke, the pacing stopped. It was like whoever was up there heard me, and the weight of it all just lifted. I still don't know if it was my frustration or if Bill, as I had begun to call him, even though I didn't know who he was just that sensitive, but it felt like he had been listening. And as I lay there, I couldn't shake the odd feeling that Bill, whoever he was just trying to get my attention, to comfort me, or to warn me in his own way. We didn't talk about Bill for a while, but then things started to get stranger. My husband and I got married, and we still heard the footsteps. We still felt the same strange pressure in the air at times. It didn't go away, but by then, we'd grown accustomed to it. We'd both experienced things that didn't make sense, but nothing felt malicious. Nothing felt dangerous. Then came the night before our honeymoon. I was packing, and my husband was in the bathroom brushing his teeth. The house was quiet, and everything seemed normal, just like any other night. But as I was putting my toiletries in my bag, I heard a voice. It was a male voice, soft, barely audible, but it was there, right in my ear, as if someone was standing right behind me. "Have fun," the voice whispered. It wasn't my husband. It wasn't anyone I recognized, but it was unmistakable. It wasn't creepy or sinister. It was like a kind, gentle stranger, offering a quiet farewell. I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone there, but there was no one. "Bill," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was asking or just acknowledging it out loud. It felt comforting, like Bill was watching out for us, even if we didn't understand why or how. It was just him. It was his way of saying goodbye before we left. I didn't tell my husband, though. He was already in the bathroom, and I didn't want to add to the already bizarre events that had happened. A year passed. We moved into the master bedroom after remodeling the basement. The footsteps continued, but there was something else, the emotions. When we moved into the master bedroom, it felt as if the whole house was watching us, observing every move. The emotions were stronger now, like they had a life of their own. It was strange, like being surrounded by feelings. Sometimes it felt sad, like a melancholy weight pressing down on us, and at other times it felt comforting, like a presence was there just to keep us company. It was always Bill. Halloween night, 2014. It was a night like any other, or at least it should have been. I'd been at a party in town, a typical college gathering. Loud music, people in costumes, the usual mix of bad beer and empty chatter. I'd had a good time, though it was already well past midnight when I decided it was time to head home. My parents lived a little outside of town, in a small house that sat back from the road by about 15 to 20 feet. Their house was isolated, with only one neighbor on the left, but their house was about 50 yards away and hardly ever lit up at night. I'd grown up in that house, so I was used to the dark, quiet surroundings, but that night was different. I parked my car in the usual spot and locked it up. The air was crisp, and as I stepped out, I could smell the faint scent of the damp earth and leaves that had fallen from the trees. It was cold, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible in the air, and the sky was clear, no moon, just a blanket of stars. The yard was wide and open, with a few bushes scattered here and there. To the left, there was this huge evergreen tree that had always been a bit of a landmark, standing tall and silent against the backdrop of the night sky. The house was completely dark. My parents were already asleep, and the streetlights in the distance cast faint shadows over the yard. I could hear the distant sounds of cars passing by on the main road, but other than that, it was eerily quiet. I started making my way towards the front door, feeling that familiar, comforting pull to get inside and out of the cold. I remember thinking that I should have stayed a little longer at the party, just to soak in the noise, but it was too late now. My mind was tired, and I was ready to be home. The walk was short, about 20 steps to the door, but something caught my eye, something I hadn't seen before, even after years of walking that same path. It was the evergreen tree. I don't know why it caught my attention at first. It wasn't out of place. It was still just that massive evergreen that I'd passed by 1,000 times. But tonight, it seemed different, almost like there was something behind it. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. At first, I thought it was just the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. The streetlights from the road barely lit up the yard, and the tree itself cast a long, dark shadow. But then I saw it again, a figure. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and it seemed to be standing right behind the trunk of the evergreen. I thought it was some sort of Halloween decoration, maybe one of those life-sized figures that people set up in their yards. But as I watched, I could tell it wasn't a decoration. The figure was hazy, almost translucent, but not in a ghostly way. It was more like the faint, misty blue of a distant fog. The form seemed to shift in the darkness, but not in a way that looked natural. It was almost like it was standing there, peering out from behind the trunk, trying to stay hidden, but not really succeeding. I couldn't see any real features on its face or body, nothing that would give it shape or definition. But there was something unsettling about it. It had long, spindly arms and legs, much longer than any human should have. The fingers, too, were unnaturally long. At that moment, I froze. I'm not sure why. Maybe it was the way the figure was moving, or the fact that I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. For a while, I just stood there, staring at it. The night was dead silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I remember holding my keys tightly in my hand, feeling them digging into my palm. I thought for a second that maybe my mind was just tired from the party and the long drive, that I was seeing things. But then the figure did something that made my heart skip a beat. Its head cocked slowly side to side, not in a normal way, like someone looking around. It was rapid, jerking back and forth, as if it was studying me, watching me. I wasn't sure if it was aware that I was standing there, or if it was just reacting to my movement, but the way its head twitched made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't look away. The feeling of being watched crept up my spine, and I felt the overwhelming urge to run, but I couldn't move. And then, it did something that made everything feel wrong. The figure took 3 massive, long strides. Each one was longer than anything a normal person could take, and it moved so fast, so violently, that it didn't seem real. It was like someone pulled a rubber band back and snapped it into hyperspace. 1 second it was behind the tree, and the next it was gone, darting behind the house in a blur of motion. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. It wasn't human, and it certainly wasn't any Halloween decoration. The way it moved, the way its limbs stretched and compressed in unnatural ways, it didn't make any sense. My body finally reacted. I started walking backwards, not wanting to take my eyes off where it had disappeared. My mind was racing. Was that really happening? Was I hallucinating? I couldn't hear anything. No sounds of footsteps. No rustling in the leaves. Nothing. I couldn't bring myself to look around the house, to see if it was waiting by the windows or lurking in the shadows. All I could do was keep walking towards the front door, my heart pounding in my chest. I don't remember exactly how I got to the door, but I was inside in a matter of seconds, locking it behind me. I felt an intense need to check every window in the house, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The house was dark, and every shadow felt alive. Every corner seemed to have eyes. I went to my room and locked the door, sitting in bed, trying to calm myself down. But even though I was inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. I don't think I slept that night. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen, how it had moved, how it had looked, and how my mind was still struggling to process it. It didn't make sense. I told myself that it must have been some trick of the light, or maybe I had imagined it in my tired state. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and that thought kept me awake until the sun came up. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. I didn't want to tell anyone about it. They'd think I was crazy, or that I had overreacted. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. It lingered. For weeks after that, I found myself checking the windows, double-checking the locks, and even walking around the yard with a sense of unease. The shadows seemed deeper, the night quieter. I never saw that figure again, but I couldn't forget the way it moved, the way it made me feel. And sometimes, when I'm standing in my yard at night, I still feel like I'm being watched. I've had the same dog since I was about 12. Her name is Zenith, and she's a little Pomeranian, always by my side. People thought I was weird growing up, and my mom wasn't exactly the social type either, so I never really got to go out to other kids' houses or make friends the way most kids do. It was just me and Zenith, and that was more than enough. She wasn't just a dog. She was my companion, my protector, my secret keeper. I spent most of my time with her, and she was always there when things got hard, when I was upset, when I was alone. I remember the first time I noticed how protective she was. I was about 13 and had just gotten into a huge fight with my mom. She was yelling at me about something silly, something small. But in that moment, it felt huge, and I couldn't hold back my frustration. I remember my mom raising her voice, getting angry, and I just snapped. I started shouting back, and in the middle of all the chaos, there she was, Zenith. Without hesitation, she jumped in between us. She was tiny, only about 8 pounds, but she stood her ground, growling at my mom, wagging her tail in a stiff, defensive way. It startled my mom, and she stopped yelling. Zenith was always like that. Whenever things got intense, or when I was in distress, she was right there. She would bark, growl, or even nip at anyone who made me feel uncomfortable, like she knew exactly what I needed, what I was feeling. The older I got, the more I began to rely on her. By the time I was 17, it was still just the two of us most days. My mom wasn't really involved in my life in the way I needed her to be, so Zenith became my world. I spent more time with her than anyone else. She'd follow me everywhere. If I was sitting in my room, she was curled up at my feet. If I went to bed, she was curled up next to my pillow, as close as she could get. Zenith was my friend, my companion, the only one who truly understood me. And in return, I did everything I could to care for her. I gave her the best food, the most comfortable bed, and every bit of love I had to offer. I remember feeling that sense of peace when I'd pet her soft fur, the way she'd look at me with those dark eyes that seemed to say everything without speaking a word. She was my comfort. It was a typical night in the middle of the summer when it all started. I had just woken up from a nightmare. I had been dreaming about Zenith, but it was different this time. It was one of those dreams that felt too real, too vivid. I had heard someone speaking in the dream. Someone sounded upset, but it wasn't a voice I recognized. I woke up confused, the sense of dread still hanging in the air, and I could hear myself saying Zenith's name in my mind. I had to see her. I didn't know why, but something inside me told me she was in trouble. It was one of those weird, unsettling feelings that you can't explain, but that you know you need to act on. I walked into the living room, the house still and quiet at that hour, with only the faint glow of streetlights shining through the curtains. My mom was there, sitting on the couch, staring blankly at the television. She was always up late, even though she didn't really sleep much. When I asked her about Zenith, she seemed confused for a moment before answering in a strange tone. "You can't see Zenith. She's weeble-wobbling." I didn't know what she meant, but I had to know. I had to see for myself. I remember walking around the couch, my heart racing a little now, my mind spinning. And then I saw Zenith. She was standing there, swaying side to side in a way that seemed almost unnatural. Her face was frozen in this horrible grimace, like she was in pain. Her mouth was open wide, stretched in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Her eyes were bulging, looking like they were about to pop out of her head, and she was wheezing, struggling to breathe. It was like she couldn't control herself. I remember the way her little body shook, the way her tiny paws moved erratically, as if she couldn't stand still. It was a nightmare, in every sense of the word. I couldn't look away. The sight of her, the way she was moving, it made my stomach turn. I couldn't understand why it was happening. I ran to her, trying to comfort her, but she was beyond any help I could give. My mom didn't know what to say either. She just sat there, wide-eyed, watching. It wasn't until later, when I told my mom about the nightmare, that she agreed it was something strange. She said it was disturbing, but we both dismissed it. It was just a bad dream, right? 2 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night again. I don't know why, but I immediately thought of Zenith. She wasn't in her usual spot. She wasn't curled up next to me on the pillow. That was when I got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to find her. I heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway, faint and hurried. I walked toward the noise, and when I reached my parents' bedroom door, I heard my mom talking to my dad. She sounded panicked, almost frantic. I pushed the door open slightly, trying to be quiet, and that's when I heard it. The sound of Zenith's nails tapping on the hardwood floor, the sound of something moving, dragging itself. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her. It sounded wrong, unnatural. She wasn't moving like herself. She wasn't walking. It was like she was stumbling, swaying, dragging herself. My mom was saying something to my dad about how Zenith didn't seem right, that something was wrong with her, and she was terrified. She didn't want me to wake up, didn't want me to see her like this. I immediately went to the living room, where I found Zenith. She was wobbling back and forth, trying to stay upright. Her face was locked in that same grimace I had seen in my dream. Her eyes were bulging out of their sockets, her little body twitching. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. She looked like she was in so much pain, her breathing labored, and her mouth was convulsing. It didn't look like my dog at all. She looked wrong. I scooped her up and we rushed to the vet, my mom in a panic, barely able to speak. At the clinic, they confirmed what we were afraid of. Zenith was having severe seizures. She had no calcium in her body, her muscles were seizing, and that's why she was acting this way. She had chewed through her own tongue during the convulsions. I felt sick. I couldn't believe it was happening. I sat in the waiting room, my hands shaking as I waited for news. I just couldn't stop thinking about the nightmare. Had it been some kind of premonition? Was I somehow connected to what was happening to her? It didn't feel like a coincidence. They kept Zenith overnight, pumping calcium into her, trying to stabilize her. It was hours before we got to go back and see her. When we finally did, she was still weak, barely able to stand. But when I walked into the room, she somehow managed to drag herself to the door. She looked up at me, her eyes still wide, but there was something in that look that made me feel like she understood. She knew I was there. She knew she had to get home. The next few days were a blur. I watched her carefully, making sure she ate, that she took her medicine. It wasn't easy, seeing her so weak, so fragile. But slowly, she started to recover. Her seizures stopped, and she slowly started to regain her strength. She still has the scars from chewing through her tongue. Her little mouth is chipped, but she's alive, and that's all that matters. I don't know what to make of the whole thing. Was it just a freak accident? Was the nightmare a warning? I'll never know for sure. But I'll never forget that feeling of dread, of knowing something was wrong, and the way that dream felt so real, so connected to the events that followed. Maybe it was just coincidence. Or maybe, just maybe, I had felt it before it happened. It's one of those things I'll never truly understand. But one thing's for certain. Zenith is still here, and that's all that matters. I remember when we bought the house. It was in 2009, an old place with charm and a strange history. The previous owner had been some kind of self-proclaimed electrician. He had installed all sorts of odd things in the house. The intercom system that buzzed constantly, the strange spotlights on each corner of the house, and the wiring in the basement. Well, let's just say it was a disaster waiting to happen. But at the time, it seemed like it had potential, so we bought it. Looking back now, I don't know why we ignored all the red flags, but we did. We were just excited about the space, about having a place that could finally be ours. It was January 2010 when things started to go wrong. It wasn't even a full month after we moved in, and we started having problems with the electricity. A circuit breaker would blow every time we ran any heavy appliances, and it didn't matter what load was on it. It was like the breaker just couldn't handle anything. We called an electrician, an actual professional this time, and he took a look at the whole setup. He replaced the main, fixed the grounding, and redid the feeds from the poles to the house. The guy worked hard, and everything seemed fine after that, at least for a little while. But on the morning of January 24th, something happened that I can't explain, no matter how much I try to convince myself that it was just some weird coincidence or my imagination playing tricks on me. I had been spending a lot of time in the attic. It was my room at the time, and I had spent the last few days cleaning up and getting it just the way I wanted. The attic wasn't much to look at. It was kind of cramped, and the insulation was old and falling apart in places. But it had a nice view, and the solitude was perfect. I had just come downstairs from the attic to grab something to eat before work. It was around 3 a.m., early enough for me to get some food and drink before heading off to my job at 4 a.m. Nothing unusual at all. When I walked into the kitchen, I noticed something strange. The chairs at the kitchen table were all pushed in, flush against the table, like someone had neatly arranged them. That never happened. In our house, the chairs were always scattered around, half of them pulled out, some on the other side of the table. It's not like we were messy, but we never seemed to get around to putting them back in place. So, seeing them all lined up like that was odd, but I didn't think much of it. I was half asleep and focused on getting my snack before work. I opened the refrigerator, grabbed a drink, and that's when it happened. The circuit breaker blew again, cutting all the power to the house. As soon as I turned around to head back to the hallway, I froze. Every single one of those chairs, the ones that had been neatly pushed in just moments before, were now stacked. They weren't just pulled out and stacked haphazardly. No, they were perfectly stacked, one on top of the other, in neat little towers. It looked like someone had spent hours meticulously arranging them, and it looked unnatural, impossible even. There was no way this could have happened by accident. No way anyone could have moved them that precisely. I stood there, staring at it, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My heart started to race. I was frozen for a few moments before I finally snapped out of it. I ran to my dad's room and woke him up, dragging him down to the kitchen. When he saw the chairs, he didn't say anything at first. He just stared, his face going pale. He reached out and touched one of the stacked chairs, like he thought maybe it would somehow change back to how it had been before. But no, it stayed exactly the same. We both stood there, looking at the absurdity of it, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke, or if we were both just losing our minds. But there was no one else in the house at that hour. No one could have moved the chairs, not like that. After I calmed down enough, I still had to go to work. I don't even remember how I managed to get through my shift, but I did. When I came home, everything felt off. The house was quiet, like it always was when I came back from work late at night, but I couldn't shake that feeling. When I went into the kitchen, sure enough, the chairs were stacked again, exactly the same way they had been earlier that morning. This time, though, I didn't know what to do. I just stared at them for a long time, feeling this creeping dread crawl up my spine. It didn't make sense. It didn't fit. There was no way anyone could have been in the house and done that without us hearing them. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out. Maybe it was the stress of working late hours, or maybe I was just overtired. But the next day, when I woke up and walked into the kitchen, the chairs were stacked once more. That was it for me. I lost it. I couldn't handle it anymore. I didn't know what to think. I went through all the possible explanations in my head. Maybe the house had settled. Maybe there was some weird draft or something moving the chairs. Maybe, no, nothing made sense. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself it wasn't what I thought it was, deep down, I knew something was wrong. Very wrong. Later that day, I called my dad and told him about the chairs. I asked if he had moved them, and he said he hadn't. But then he asked, "Are you playing some kind of joke on me? Why do the chairs keep getting stacked?" I was baffled. No one believed me. My dad was skeptical, and I didn't blame him. I would have thought I was going crazy too if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. January came and went, and I thought maybe it had just been a weird fluke, something that happened once and would never happen again. But then, the following January, the same thing started happening again. Electrical issues, the breakers blowing, the chairs stacking, and now we started noticing something even stranger. The intercom systems would buzz with faint white noise even when they were turned off. It was soft at first, but over time, it became louder. It was like something was trying to communicate through the speakers. At night, it would come on, the static almost sounding like whispers, but no one was near it. It felt like something was watching us, like it was trying to tell us something, or maybe trying to warn us. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on, but it was more than just bad wiring. My dad, ever the skeptic, refused to believe it was anything but electrical problems. He said it was all just a coincidence, that me and my sister were probably playing pranks with the chairs to freak him out. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen. We were all on edge by the end of the month. A few years passed, and I finally moved out. I left for my own apartment, and for the first time in a long while, I felt a sense of peace. I didn't take the kitchen set with me. It was just a table and chairs, but something about it felt wrong. So I left it behind. That was until December, when I decided to take the table and chairs from the old house with me. I had no furniture at the new place, so I figured I'd use it for a while before I bought something new. I moved in with my fiancé, and for a while, everything seemed fine. We settled in, unpacked, and started getting comfortable. But then, the night of January 23rd, something happened again. We went to sleep around 10:45 p.m., and everything was normal. But then, at 3 a.m., my fiancé woke up screaming. I rushed out of bed, grabbed my firearm, just in case, since we didn't live in the best neighborhood, and ran into the kitchen. I couldn't believe my eyes. There they were. The chairs were stacked again, just like before, perfectly stacked, one on top of the other. It was like they had been placed by invisible hands. My fiancé was crying, and I was frozen, standing there in disbelief. I called my dad, asked him if anything weird had been happening at the house, and he said no. The electrical had been fine. The chairs hadn't moved. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't live with that nagging feeling, that creeping dread that came with those chairs. The next day, I took them to the bonfire. I set them on fire and watched as they burned to nothing. As the flames consumed them, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The noise from the intercom stopped. The feeling of being watched disappeared. It took a long time for me to fully shake the unease. But after that night, I never had another problem. The electrical issues stopped, the chairs never stacked again, and the house seemed to settle into normality. The house I once feared felt, for the first time, like a home. It was over. At least, that's what I thought. I was only about 6 years old, and I remember feeling small in the big world around me. It was just a regular day, or at least I thought it would be. My mom and I were at a shopping center, one of those big, indoor ones where all the stores blur together and people bustle about like ants. We'd been shopping for a while, my mom getting groceries and me tagging along, fidgeting in the cart. My legs weren't long enough to reach the floor when I sat in the cart, so I'd kick my feet out and just let them swing. Eventually, though, the constant walking and looking at shelves got to me, and I had to go to the bathroom. I remember telling Mom that I needed to pee, and she told me I could go to the public restroom on my own. She'd wait near the shops, just a short distance away, so I wouldn't get lost. Looking back, I know she thought I'd be fine. After all, I was old enough to go to the bathroom alone, but I didn't feel old enough. I never really liked being alone, even in places I knew. I didn't like the idea of being somewhere and having no one nearby. But Mom insisted, so I walked off, my little sneakers tapping on the shiny tiles beneath my feet. I glanced behind me, making sure I could still see her through the glass doors, looking at things in a store. Then I took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the toilets. They weren't the nicest restrooms, but they were functional. The smell wasn't bad, but it wasn't fresh either. It felt kind of damp in there, the air thick and heavy. The bathroom was small, only 2 cubicles and a tiny urinal section on the right. The walls were close, too close, and I remember feeling claustrophobic as I stepped inside. It felt like it was all closing in on me, the space so tight it made my chest tighten. The lights overhead hummed in that way that lights in public places always do, flickering now and then, like they were struggling to stay on. I walked past the urinals and saw the 2 cubicles. One of them was occupied, but I didn't think much of it. I was too focused on getting to the bathroom. But as I passed, I noticed a man, a really big man, standing at the far end of the bathroom. He was huge, really fat, his clothes hanging loosely off his frame, and his face looked greasy, like he hadn't bothered to wash in days. His hair was messy, like he just rolled out of bed, and his eyes were fixed on me for a second before he turned and started walking toward the cubicles. I felt that little prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when something's not right, but I pushed the feeling away. Maybe he was just using the bathroom, too. I didn't give it another thought until I was inside the cubicle, the door clicking shut behind me. I remember that sound clearly, the click of the latch as it locked. I pulled down my pants and sat down, feeling the cold plastic seat beneath me. The bathroom was quiet now, just the faint sound of water dripping somewhere in the corner. I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the man. He was still in there, walking around, pacing in the small space. I couldn't hear him going to the bathroom, though. I couldn't hear him peeing, and that made me uneasy. I waited. The sound of him shuffling around echoed in the small space. It was like he wasn't going anywhere, like he was just standing still, watching. Then suddenly I heard it, the sound of the door handle jiggling. I froze. My stomach dropped. I held my breath, praying he'd just walk away. But then the handle moved again, harder this time. The door creaked in its frame. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced. Should I shout for help? Should I scream? But I didn't. I couldn't. I couldn't move. I squeezed my legs together, trying not to make a sound, but then the door moved again, and I heard him, his rough breathing, his feet shuffling on the tiles. I could see his feet from under the cubicle door, big and heavy, the toes sticking out from beneath the hem of his dirty pants. I couldn't breathe. I didn't know what to do. The door handle jiggled again, more violently this time, and I heard him grunt. "Someone in here," I said quickly, my voice barely above a whisper. I could hear the tremor in my own voice. I wanted to yell, but I was too scared. But he didn't stop. He just kept trying to open the door, pushing and pulling at it, the metal scraping against the latch. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I was trapped. I was stuck in there, alone with a man I didn't know and didn't want to know. I could see him now, his body blocking the light from the cracks around the door. He was right there, too close, his large shadow swallowing up the space in front of me. The door kept moving, scraping. His feet shifted. He was pacing in front of my cubicle now, standing right outside, just waiting. I could feel the panic rising in my chest. What if he tried to get in? What if he wasn't going to stop? I tried to calm myself down, but the more I thought about it, the more I panicked. I looked down. There was a gap between the two cubicles. I could barely see it, just a sliver of space between the floor and the next cubicle. It was small, but it was there. My heart skipped a beat. Maybe I could squeeze through. Maybe I could get out. My hands were shaking as I gripped the edge of the toilet. I had to move fast. I had to be quiet. The man didn't seem to notice yet. He was still focused on the door, still trying to force it open. I took a deep breath and slowly lowered myself to the floor, crawling toward the gap. I felt the cold tiles against my stomach, my knees scraping against the hard surface. It felt like everything was happening in slow motion, but my heart was racing. I couldn't afford to make a sound. I had to be quiet. I had to get out. I slid under the gap, my body scraping against the walls of the cubicle. My heart pounded in my ears as I wriggled through the tiny space, the air thick and suffocating. The next cubicle felt just as small, but at least it was empty. I pushed myself up and crouched in the corner, trying to make myself as small as possible, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I could hear the man still at the door, still trying to get in. I stayed there, listening to him, waiting for the right moment. Then, without thinking, I pushed the door open, running as fast as I could out of the cubicle and into the bathroom. My sneakers slapped against the floor, and I didn't stop until I was out of the door, into the mall. My legs were shaking, but I didn't slow down. I didn't care if people were looking at me or if they thought I was crazy. I ran past stores, dodging people, not caring about anything except getting to my mom. I could feel my heart still racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I spotted her right away, standing in front of a shop window, looking at something on display. I ran up to her, calling out for her, and she turned around, her face going pale when she saw how fast I was running, how terrified I must have looked. She grabbed me by the shoulders and asked what happened. I was too scared to speak at first, my words coming out in a jumbled mess. But eventually I told her. I told her everything. Mum didn't waste a second. She grabbed my hand and led me straight to the nearest security guard, telling him what had happened. We searched the mall, but the man was nowhere to be found. The security guard checked the bathrooms, the stores, and even the parking lot, but there was no sign of him. It was like he had disappeared. We stayed there for a while, waiting, hoping the man would show up, but he never did. The mall security made a report, and Mum promised me that we'd be okay, but I could tell she was shaken too. She was so calm, but I knew she was scared. We left the mall soon after, my heart still racing as we walked to the car. Mum held my hand tightly, and I remember feeling safe again, but that terror never really left me. I never forgot that feeling, the feeling of being trapped, the feeling of not knowing if I was going to get out. I didn't go to any public restrooms by myself for a long time after that. And to this day, I never found out who that man was or what he wanted. It's a part of the story I'll never know, but I still remember that moment clear as day, as if it happened yesterday. I'll never forget the fear or the feeling of someone so close to me, watching and waiting. It was about 12 a.m., and like the brilliant teens we were, we had this fantastic idea. Hey, you remember that creepy forest we tried to walk through last time, but turned back because it was too dark? Well, let's try it again. My friend and I were always up for a challenge, and even though it was late, and the idea was kind of ridiculous, we were determined to prove we weren't scared. Or at least I was. Neither of us had a car, so we ended up walking there. The streets were quiet, the air still, almost like the whole town was asleep. We didn't mind though, we were used to walking at night. It felt kind of adventurous, like something out of a movie. We cracked jokes, even though we were both secretly nervous about what we were about to do. The walk there wasn't too bad. The street lights gave off enough light to make the pavement glow beneath our feet, and we chatted about anything and everything. Anything but what was coming up ahead. When we reached the entrance of the forest, the mood changed. The lights from the street lamps seemed to just stop abruptly, like the forest was swallowing the light. It was like this dark curtain fell over the entire forest, making it look even more ominous than before. The difference between the lit street and the thick darkness inside was a sharp, almost painful contrast. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, but it didn't help much. It was barely a dent in the sea of black. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and the path ahead barely seemed visible. Still, we stood there, staring into it for a while. It felt strange to be so close to something so unsettling, but neither of us said anything. "Ready?" I asked, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Yeah, I guess," my friend muttered. He sounded unsure, and I knew that we both were. But I wasn't about to turn back now. Not after we'd come all the way here. So, with a deep breath, I stepped forward. The path we were on was paved with asphalt, but it was cracked and uneven. We walked in silence, both of us shuffling our feet more than we needed to, trying to avoid making too much noise. The ground was damp beneath us, probably from some earlier rain, and the smell of wet earth filled the air. The trees felt like they were watching us, their branches swaying slightly in the wind. It was eerily quiet, except for the sound of our footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. I had this strange feeling that something was watching us, but I tried to push it aside. As we walked further in, the path became less defined. The streetlights from the outside were just a distant glow now, and the forest seemed to close in around us. The trees were thick, and the darkness felt like it had weight to it. The sound of our footsteps seemed muffled, swallowed up by the oppressive quiet. It was strange. I wasn't exactly scared of the dark, but the silence was unsettling. It wasn't natural. There should have been more sounds, more life, but it was just empty. After a while, I had the brilliant idea to step off the path. "Come on," I said, nudging my friend. "Let's go off the path a little. I'm sure it'll be fine." My friend hesitated. "I don't know, man. It's kind of creepy out here." "It's just the trees, nothing else," I assured him, though I was starting to feel a little uneasy myself. The whole place had a strange vibe, like it didn't belong in the middle of a city. We argued for a few minutes. He didn't want to go, but I kept insisting. After some back and forth, he finally gave in. "Fine, but if we get lost, it's your fault." I grinned, knowing I'd won. We stepped off the cracked asphalt and into the wild, uneven forest floor. The dark was even more complete now. There was no light here except for my phone's flashlight, which barely illuminated the ground beneath our feet. The trees were close together, their trunks thick and twisted. The underbrush was dense, full of thorny bushes and tangled roots. As we moved through it, I felt the air growing colder. There was an odd feeling of tension in the atmosphere, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I tried to laugh it off, making a joke about getting lost, but the laughter felt forced. The weight of the silence was starting to creep under my skin. The further we went, the darker it got. We weren't even on a real trail anymore, just pushing through the bushes, stepping over rocks, and trying to avoid tripping on hidden roots. I pointed at a beer bottle on the ground. "Look at this," I said, trying to break the tension. "Someone's been drinking out here." My friend gave it a quick glance. "I guess so." We both stood there for a moment, eyes scanning the trees and underbrush. There was something unsettling about being in the middle of all this. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't that I was afraid of the dark. It was more like the forest itself was waiting for something. I couldn't explain it. Suddenly, we heard a sound. It wasn't a normal sound. At first, I thought it was a car engine revving in the distance. But then there was something else. A growl, mixed with a noise that sounded like an animal, but there was something wrong about it. It wasn't right. It wasn't natural. The noise seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods, but it was almost distorted, like it was being filtered through a strange, metallic echo. The growl was thick with fear and anger, a mix of primal instinct and something more human, more wrong. My friend stiffened. "It's just a car, man. Don't freak out." I wasn't convinced, but I nodded. We stood there for a moment, just listening to the sound. It came again, this time louder, and it made my stomach twist. It sounded closer now, too. Way too close. "Maybe we should go back," my friend suggested, his voice low. I didn't argue. Something about the noise felt wrong. We turned to head back to the path, but that's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. But no, it was a girl, sitting there in the middle of the forest. She was in the fetal position, her back to us, her head tilted downward. She looked like she was crying, but there was something off about her. Her hair was long and black, but what really caught my attention was her skin. It was so pale, it looked almost bleached white, like she hadn't seen the sun in years. I couldn't breathe for a moment. I froze, unsure of what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every instinct in me screamed to get out of there. Before I could even move, my friend grabbed my arm and jerked me back. "Let's go," he whispered urgently. His voice was strained, almost panicked. I didn't hesitate. We turned and ran as fast as we could, not even bothering to look back. The sound of our feet slapping the ground was loud in the otherwise silent forest. Every branch we brushed against felt like a threat. Every shadow seemed to move, as if the darkness was coming for us. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like an eternity, but finally, we reached the asphalt path again. We didn't stop there. We kept running until we reached the safety of the lit streets, our breaths ragged and our hearts pounding in our chests. We didn't say anything for a long time. Neither of us wanted to admit how terrified we were. We just kept walking, side by side, not looking back at the forest behind us. It felt like the whole night had been a bad dream, but it wasn't. I haven't been back to that forest since. I don't know who that girl was or why she was there, but I don't think I want to know. Every time I pass by the forest now, I feel a knot in my stomach. It's like something is still out there, waiting. I haven't told anyone else what happened, and I don't think I ever will. Some things are better left alone, left buried in the silence of the trees. We were lucky to get out. I know that now. Something about that forest wasn't right, and I'll never forget the way it felt, the way it changed the air around us the moment we stepped off that path. We were just a couple of dumb teens trying to be brave, and it nearly cost us more than we were prepared for. I don't know what would have happened if we'd stayed longer. Maybe I don't want to know. It was one of those mornings when the air felt thick, and everything had the dull, sleepy haze of a world that hadn't fully woken up yet. My family lived in a trailer on the edge of a highway, the kind of place you wouldn't want to stay for long, but sometimes life puts you in situations you just have to deal with. The trailer was old, and the road it sat next to never stopped humming with the sound of cars rushing by. It was the kind of place that wasn't really a home, but more of a stopgap. We made do. I was 13, not a kid anymore, but not quite a teenager in the way I'd later understand it. I had a tendency to zone out during car rides, staring out the window, watching the blur of trees and fields that made up the scenery on our way to town. There wasn't much to look at except for the old farms and the occasional house, all of them standing like forgotten monuments to the past. It was the kind of place where nothing ever really seemed to change, and you'd get used to the sameness. I remember it clearly, driving down this particular stretch of highway, the early morning sun just starting to burn through the mist. We were going about 55 miles per hour, just like any other day, when I saw it. A cow, lying on its side in the field next to the road. But this wasn't any regular cow. Its stomach had been ripped open, and its innards were spilling out onto the ground like some grisly scene from a horror movie. The cow wasn't moving, and I couldn't see anything alive nearby. The field around it was empty, save for this one animal. It was just a quick glimpse, and I didn't have time to process much. The car was moving fast, and before I could even tell anyone what I thought I saw, we were past it. I tried to tell myself that I'd imagined it. Maybe I'd seen a dead animal, maybe a deer, or maybe I just didn't really know what I was looking at. But that image stuck with me. It lingered in the back of my mind, the bloody mess of the cow's insides, the strange way it had been left there without a single sign of life around it. But I didn't think much of it at the time. You just don't expect to see something like that on a regular drive. A few weeks later, we were driving that same stretch of road, and I saw it again. This time, it was different. The cow wasn't just lying on its side, it was worse. The field was even more open, and the cow was laid out in the dirt, its stomach split wide open, blood and guts spilling everywhere. The scene was so awful that I could feel my stomach churn just looking at it. I stared at the carcass, trying to take in what I was seeing. There was no question this time. This wasn't some random roadkill or a natural death. This cow had been butchered in a way that didn't make sense. It was too precise, too brutal. I didn't even try to talk to anyone about it. My mom and sister were busy chatting in the car, and my brother, a baby at the time, wouldn't have noticed if I'd screamed. I wasn't going to say anything, because who would believe me? It was just so weird and out of place. Maybe I was making things up, maybe I was imagining it. But the sight of that cow stayed with me, even though I tried to push it out of my head. Weeks turned into months, and I kept driving past that stretch of road, always on the lookout, but never seeing anything out of the ordinary. Until one day, it happened again. This time, I saw something that finally made me realize I wasn't crazy. There were two men standing in the field near where I'd seen the last cow. They weren't doing anything unusual, just standing there and looking down at the animal in the same way you might look at something you couldn't understand. There was no sign of life around them, just the two men, the cow, and the mist that was starting to settle in for the morning. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I didn't need to. I knew what I was seeing. The cow's stomach was ripped open once again, and this time, there was no question, it was deliberate. These weren't random animal deaths, they were something else entirely. Something I couldn't explain, no matter how hard I tried. After that, I didn't think much about it for a while. I figured maybe the men were farmers, maybe they were dealing with something that had gone wrong. Maybe it wasn't that weird after all. But the fact that I hadn't seen anything like it again, at least not up close, made me wonder. I wanted to forget about it. I wanted to believe that it was just some strange coincidence, that I had somehow convinced myself that I'd seen more than what was really there. Then, about a year ago, I was driving past that stretch of road again. I hadn't been on that route in ages, mostly because I'd found other ways to avoid it. But that morning, I ended up on it for some reason. And as I drove down the road, it all came back to me. The mist, the blood, the guts. I could see the cows in my mind, even though I wasn't looking at them. I could smell the decay, the earth beneath the carcasses, the cold morning air that didn't quite mask the stench of death. It was like a punch to the gut. The feeling of it all, the grisly sight of those animals lying there, broken open in the field, hit me with a force I wasn't ready for. The fact that it wasn't just one or two, but 3 cows that I'd seen like that, made me feel something cold and tight in my chest. I wasn't squeamish, not normally. I'd seen my fair share of roadkill, dead animals scattered along highways, animals that had been hit by cars. Deer, possums, armadillos, and even a few beavers. But that wasn't the same thing. You expected to see that. You knew what had happened. It was just the cycle of life, even if it was messy. But these cows had been ripped open in a way that didn't make sense. It wasn't like any of the other dead animals I'd seen. It wasn't like a deer split in half after being hit by a truck or a possum that had been run over. It was different. It was deliberate. And that's what made it so unsettling. Someone, or something, had done this, and it was too precise to be just random. The cows didn't just die naturally. They were killed. And the way they were left there, with their insides spilled out onto the field, that wasn't something I could easily shake off. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what kind of animal would do something like that, if it was even an animal at all. Could it have been a wild animal, some predator out there that was capable of such violence? Maybe, but it didn't feel right. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something off about it all. Something that made my skin crawl every time I thought about it. The worst part was that I never saw another cow like that again. Maybe there were more. Maybe they were hidden in the fields I didn't see. Maybe they were out there, but I never caught a glimpse of them. Maybe I was just lucky, or maybe whatever had been doing this had moved on. But I don't know. I don't have any answers, and I don't know if I ever will. But I'll never forget the sight of those cows lying there, their bodies torn open in the mist, their insides spilling out onto the ground. It was the kind of thing you don't expect to see in your life, something that makes you question everything you thought you knew. And to this day, every time I drive that stretch of road, I can't shake the feeling that something is out there, something that isn't quite right. Maybe I'll never know what happened to those cows. Maybe I'll never find out who or what was responsible. But whatever it was, it's something that still gives me the willies whenever I think about it. You just don't expect to see that kind of thing in the middle of nowhere, in the foggy mornings, next to an old farm, and it stays with you long after you've moved on. It stays with you in a way you can't quite explain. I've always known the story secondhand, passed down from my dad mostly, with some parts filled in by my mom over the years. It's strange, remembering something you're not even sure you were conscious for. That's the thing about being 3 years old. Memories are like smudges on a window. You can tell something's there, but the shape and meaning of it is always blurred. I was born in the fall, early September. My grandmother, my dad's mom, was the sort of woman people speak quietly about. Not because she was frightening or mean, but because there was this calm weight to her. Like she was made of something solid, something gentle that didn't ask for attention. She had lived in that same house on the edge of town all her life. My dad grew up there, shared a room with his brother, and used to describe the creak of the old stairs like it was a character all its own. By the time I was born, she'd already been widowed a decade. She'd raised her kids mostly alone and lived on a small pension and a bit of savings. Nothing fancy. No grand inheritance. Just that small, 2-story house with chipped white paint and an overgrown garden. She insisted on tending herself until her hands started shaking too much to grip the shears. My parents have always said she adored me. I was the youngest of all her grandchildren, the last one she got to meet. I don't have clear memories, nothing I could put into a timeline, but sometimes there's this smell I get, like lavender and old paper, and I feel something stir. It's gone before I can place it, but it feels like her. The story starts, properly, a few weeks after my 3rd birthday. She had already been sick for some time, though they hadn't said the word cancer around me. She had been in and out of the hospital, mostly home though. By then, hospice nurses had been visiting the house, checking in, helping her with pain medication. She was resting most of the time in her upstairs bedroom, the same room she'd shared with my grandfather decades earlier. My parents, aunt, and uncle had gathered that day because they had been told the end was near. I'm not sure if they were ready to accept it, but they all came. My dad said there was a priest too, Father Kellen, I think. He was sitting with them in the kitchen, which always smelled like wood polish and stale coffee. The adults were heavy with it, you know? Grief. That kind of sadness that doesn't even have room for words. It was in the air, pressing on everything like humidity. They didn't want me to see her like that, I guess. So someone put on cartoons for me. Could have been my mom or my aunt. All I know is I ended up on the old couch in the den with a blanket half on the floor and some show playing. My dad says it was Rugrats, which would make sense. I apparently was obsessed with it. The TV was a chunky box, the kind with a thick glass screen and a flickering image if the antenna wasn't right. The story goes that, while everyone was distracted, I slipped away. No one noticed, which I believe. I was a quiet kid, the kind who didn't cry much or make a fuss. I guess I walked right past the kitchen and up the stairs. I can't remember the steps themselves, but I've walked them since. They creak in a specific pattern. You can't sneak up those stairs unless someone's sobbing or not paying attention. By the time they realized I wasn't where they left me, 5 minutes had passed, maybe less. And that's when I came back into the kitchen, walked right in, little toddler me, and tugged on my mom's sleeve. Mom, who is with Grandma? She's really sleepy. My dad always pauses at that part of the story. He says it like he still can't get over it. I didn't say she's not waking up or she's gone. Just really sleepy. And then I went on talking about something else, like a toy or a snack, I don't know. They all rushed upstairs, leaving me with the priest. They found her. Quiet. Still. Eyes closed. The nurse hadn't been scheduled to arrive until that evening, but she was gone. Peacefully, they said. In her sleep. They told me she died. I didn't cry. Apparently, I wasn't even confused. Just said, "Oh," and went back to the cartoons. The thing is, this is where the story always stuck out to people. I wasn't supposed to know where she was in the house. They'd made a point of keeping me away from that room for the last few visits, because she didn't want me to see her that way, fragile and in pain. I guess I had only been upstairs a few times before that, and not recently. When they asked how I knew where to go, I didn't really answer. I was 3, but I did say something weird, something the priest apparently wrote down. I told them, the people upstairs showed me. My mom says she froze when she heard that. She'd been kneeling by her mother's side and just looked up, like she expected to see someone still there. They asked me what I meant. I guess I just shrugged and said they were real dark and real light. That was all I said. That phrase got repeated so many times in my family, it became a kind of inside joke, though no one really laughed when they said it. Real dark and real light. My dad swears I wasn't making it up. He says kids don't lie like that, not at 3. Not in that flat, matter-of-fact way. But the strange thing is, it didn't scare anyone. It unsettled them, sure, but not in a ghost story kind of way. It just sat there, a fact no one could explain. A mystery that didn't demand an answer. That should be the end, I guess. A weird little memory of a kid and the death of a grandparent. But it didn't stop there, not really. I've lived with that story hanging over me for years. Every once in a while, I think I remember more than I should. Like a flicker of wallpaper, or the edge of her bedspread, or how her room smelled. Lavender and something sharp, like rubbing alcohol. Sometimes, I think I remember her face. Not old and sick, but soft. Tired, but not pained. I think about how I didn't feel afraid. And that's the part that always sticks with me. If I really did see something, someone, if I really did walk into that room and sit there quietly for a moment before she passed, and I wasn't scared, then what does that say? It makes death seem like something quieter than we think. Like something that comes and waits instead of rushing in. Years later, when I was about 12, my dad and I were cleaning out the attic of our house, an old rental that had belonged to someone else for a long time. There was dust in everything, and I remember the sunlight coming through the narrow window, turning it all into golden haze. He found an old box of photographs. Some were labeled, most weren't, but one caught my eye. It was black and white, faded, with the edges curled. A photo of a woman, my grandmother, standing on the front porch of her house, smiling in a way that made her look young, though I knew she was already in her 60s when it was taken. I stared at it for a long time. Something about it felt familiar, but not from stories, from something deeper. I asked if I could keep it, and he said yes. I kept that photo on my desk for years. I don't know why. It didn't bring me comfort or sadness. It just made me feel like something had happened. Something quiet and strange. Something I would probably never fully understand. And that's the part that feels the most real, even after all this time. Not everything that matters has an explanation. Some things happen to us, especially when we're too young to shape them, and they sit in us like roots, feeding something we can't name. I don't think I saw ghosts. I don't think I was visited by spirits or led by angels. I think I just knew something. Maybe because I was a child, and children sometimes know things in a way adults can't anymore. Maybe I picked up on something unspoken. Maybe she waited for me to come, not consciously, but in that way dying people sometimes do, holding on until something's said or done or felt. And I think that's what happened. I sat there with her in that quiet room, in a slant of afternoon light, probably holding on to the edge of the blanket or touching her hand, and I think that was enough. I didn't need to understand it then, and I still don't need to now. I just know that death didn't frighten me. It didn't feel cold or violent. It felt like watching someone sleep. And for whatever it's worth, if that's what death is, just slipping away while someone who loves you sits nearby, then it can't be all bad. That's what I carry with me. That moment, real or not, remembered or just imagined from 100 retellings. The stillness, the soft edge of the bed, the light in the room. That's where the story ends. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I was about 10 years old when the incident happened. My best friend, Hannah, and I had spent the morning playing outside like we usually did on weekends. Our neighborhood wasn't too big, just a few streets and a couple of blocks, but it felt like a whole world to us. We decided to ride our bikes down to the convenience store that was a few miles away to pick up some snacks. We didn't really need an excuse. It was a Saturday, and we were free to do whatever we wanted. The sun was out, the air was warm but not too hot, and it felt like the perfect day for a bike ride. We didn't really talk about it, but I think we both knew that the store wasn't the best place to be by ourselves. It was small, and on weekends it sometimes attracted a weird crowd. But we were kids, and the thought of something happening to us didn't even cross our minds. We made it there just fine, pedaling our bikes down the quiet road that led to the strip mall where the store was located. We locked our bikes up on the side and walked in. The small store was a lot less crowded than usual, and it was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerators in the back. We didn't really pay attention to anyone else when we walked in, except for this one man. He was sitting by the snack aisle, kind of just watching us. He didn't seem like he was looking for anything in particular, just watching. His eyes followed us as we made our way to the candy aisle, and then as we grabbed some chips, he was still watching, like he wasn't even trying to be subtle about it. I remember thinking it was weird, but I didn't say anything to Hannah. She seemed oblivious, laughing as she picked out a bag of gummy worms. We continued picking snacks, trying to decide between chocolate bars or cookies, when I noticed the guy had gotten up. He was slowly walking towards the back of the store, but then he stopped and turned, heading straight to the checkout counter. I didn't really think much of it, but when I saw him get in line behind us, I got this uneasy feeling in my stomach. He wasn't just standing in line behind us like anyone else would. He was standing too close, way too close. Hannah didn't notice, but I could feel the tension in the air. I tried to ignore it as we stood there waiting, but then I noticed something else. This guy was rubbing his finger along the back of Hannah's shirt, just ever so slightly. It was so subtle, like it could have been a mistake, but it wasn't. I saw the way she stiffened, the look on her face, her eyes wide, her body suddenly tense. It was clear she felt it too. She didn't say anything, but I knew she was uncomfortable. She shifted slightly, moving a bit away from him, but he didn't back off. Instead, he leaned in just a little closer, making it almost impossible for her to get any space. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt this rush of heat and fear rising up inside me. I wanted to do something, but I didn't know what. I looked over at the counter and saw the cashier, a young guy who wasn't paying attention, just scanning items mindlessly. No help there. I could feel the guy's breath on the back of Hannah's neck, and I knew we needed to get out of there. Fast. The moment we finished paying, I grabbed Hannah's arm and pulled her out of the line. She didn't argue or say anything. She just moved quickly, walking right beside me. We rushed to the door, the bell ringing above us as we pushed our way outside, and I could hear the guy's footsteps follow behind us. We didn't stop to look back, but we could both feel it. He was right there, close enough that I could hear his breathing, his footsteps getting closer. We didn't stop or slow down. We ran to our bikes, throwing our bags into the baskets, and started pedaling like our lives depended on it. I could hear the screech of tires on the pavement as the guy's truck roared to life. I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see him dart out of the store, scanning the parking lot. His eyes locked onto us immediately, and I could see the flash of his truck headlights as he hopped in. The engine revved, and he started following us, driving slowly at first, but then speeding up. My heart was in my throat as I pedaled faster, my legs burning. We were riding down the street, turning corners, but the truck was keeping pace, moving steadily behind us. I didn't know how much longer we could keep this up. I looked ahead, and that's when I saw the baseball field off to the left. The field had a dirt path that cut through the middle and led back toward the park. Without thinking, I swerved and cut through the field, my bike rattling as I pedaled over the uneven ground. Hannah followed me, and I could hear the truck's engine roaring behind us, its headlights flashing over the grass. We kept going, dodging through the field, zigzagging between the bases and the outfield, trying to lose him in the darkness. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear the truck's engine start to fade, the sound of the tires sliding on the dirt slowly growing quieter. It wasn't until we hit the other side of the field and came to the paved path that I finally slowed down, my breath coming in gasps. We didn't stop until we reached the small park near my house. We parked our bikes near the swings and sat on the cold metal seats, breathing heavily, trying to calm down. I could still feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart racing in my chest. I looked over at Hannah, and she was wide-eyed, staring at the ground like she was in shock. We didn't say much after that, just sat there for a while, trying to catch our breath. After what felt like forever, I finally spoke. "We lost him, right?" I said, my voice shaky. Hannah nodded, still not saying anything. I could tell she was still processing it all. We stayed there for a while longer, just sitting in silence. I knew I should have told an adult right away, but I didn't. Maybe it was because I didn't want to seem paranoid, or maybe I just didn't know how to explain what happened. Whatever it was, I didn't tell anyone about it. Not then, anyway. When we finally got up and left, I made sure to check over my shoulder as we walked back to our bikes. We both kept looking around, half expecting to see that truck, but it was gone. The road was quiet again, like nothing had happened. We rode home, but the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us, that we weren't as alone as we thought. To this day, I still wonder what that guy's intentions were. What if we hadn't lost him in the field? What if he'd caught up to us? What would he have done? The whole thing still creeps me out. Every time I go by that convenience store, I can't help but look around, even though I know he's long gone. It's been years, but the fear still lingers. Even now, I can't help but think about how different things could have been if we hadn't acted fast. If we'd stayed just a few more seconds in that store, or if we hadn't cut through the field, who knows what might have happened. All I know is that the fear I felt that day, the feeling of someone following us, that sense of danger, is something I won't ever forget. It's something that still stays with me, a reminder that not everyone out there is safe, even in places you think you know. And I think about it every time I ride my bike anywhere. I had a pickup in Cincinnati, and I was hoping it wouldn't take too long. The truck was packed up and ready to go, but the loading crew took forever. Time dragged on, and before I knew it, it was getting late. I could tell it wasn't going to happen that night. There was no way they'd finish loading me anytime soon. My clock was ticking, so I had no choice but to shut down for the night. I pulled the rig into the parking lot of a truck stop nearby. It wasn't the most ideal place, but it'd have to do. The lot was decent enough, but the usual truck stop noise was in full effect. Engines running, people talking, trucks idling. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but enough to keep me from getting comfortable right away. I went to the sleeper cab, shut the door, and lay down in the bunk. It had been a long day, and I was tired. I just wanted to sleep, but that's when I heard it. A knock on my door. It was odd, but not completely unheard of. Maybe someone needed directions or had a question, so I pushed myself up and went over to the door. I cracked the door open, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw. Standing there was a guy, late 30s, unkempt, wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking a little too eager. He gave me this look, like he had an agenda. "Hey man, you looking for some company?" he said, giving me a half grin. I blinked for a second, trying to process what he meant. I knew exactly what he was getting at, though. He wasn't offering any sort of help. He was trying to pimp girls on me. "No man, I'm good," I said, already starting to close the door. But he wasn't having any of it. He stuck his foot in the door, forcing it back open. "Come on, man. I got some girls, real good ones. You won't regret it," he kept pushing. I was caught off guard, but I could tell he wasn't taking no for an answer. I said no. "Get lost." He stood there, still blocking the door, looking annoyed now. "I'm trying to help you out here, and you're being a dick about it. Come on, just give me some money for a cab. I'll get out of here. You can still have a good night." He was acting like I was the one in the wrong, and it pissed me off. I stood there, staring at him, trying to figure out what to do. This wasn't your usual conversation you'd have at a truck stop. He was getting too close. I could feel my blood start to boil. He wouldn't back off, and I wasn't about to give in. I could see his hand moving toward his side, maybe reaching for something. That was enough. I grabbed the hammer I kept in the side of my seat. I wasn't about to let this go any further. The second he saw me grab the hammer, he froze, but he didn't back down. Instead, he just glared at me like he wasn't sure whether to challenge me or step back. But it didn't take long before he started backing away, muttering under his breath. "You're gonna regret this, man. I'll be back." I didn't care. I slammed the door shut and locked it, sitting down on the edge of the bunk, trying to shake off the adrenaline. I kept replaying everything in my head, just trying to calm myself down. I didn't want to stick around in that spot. It was too weird now, and who knows what that guy would do when he came back. I decided to find a new spot down the street, away from the trucks and the noise. Maybe it was paranoid, but I didn't feel like dealing with any more weirdness. I needed to get some sleep. I drove a few blocks down and pulled into another lot, hoping it was far enough away. It was quieter, the kind of place you hope to be when you're looking to just lay low for the night. I parked, checked my surroundings, and locked up. The air was still, and the lot was dark except for a couple of other trucks parked far off in the distance. I climbed back into the bunk, trying to settle down. It was quiet. Too quiet. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it again. Another knock. A different knock. I sat up in the bunk, heart pounding in my chest. Was it him? I hoped it wasn't. I was getting so damn tired of all this nonsense. I rolled over and peered through the window, not wanting to open the door. There was some guy standing there, just outside. He wasn't the same guy, but that didn't make it any better. I had no idea who this was now, but I wasn't taking chances. He shouted at me. Hey, I need some help. I was fed up at this point. Fuck off. I yelled back, hoping he'd just leave me alone. I didn't need anything to do with whatever he was about to say. But instead of leaving, he got louder, more frantic. I know you had a hooker in your truck. Someone told the DOT, and the officer's on his way to bust you. They left some evidence in your truck. That was when I started paying attention. He wasn't talking like a normal guy in trouble. This was something different, something more dangerous. I rolled the window down just a little, keeping a good distance between me and this guy. Send him over then, I said, trying to sound calm. He wasn't done. Instead of walking away, he reached in and opened my door himself. That's when everything clicked. He wasn't trying to warn me about a cop. He was trying to get inside my truck. I leapt back into the driver's seat, my mind racing. I had left the hammer behind, and I was thinking fast about what to do. He was already inside, rooting under the seats. That was it. He'd crossed the line. I reached down into the side compartment and pulled out a small, heavy object. A quick glance at him told me he was now holding something, an old cell phone and a cracked pipe. I snapped. What the hell do you think you're doing? I shouted at him, furious. I didn't wait for him to answer. I told him to get out of my truck. This was too far. He wouldn't listen. He was laughing, holding up the phone and the pipe, trying to make some excuse. I wasn't buying it for a second. I just wanted him out. But that's when he tried to grab my keys. I wasn't letting that happen. Not now, not ever. I yanked them out of his hand and punched him right in the mouth. It was enough to stun him, and I shoved him out of the truck onto the gravel. He stumbled, stood up, and looked at me like he couldn't believe what had just happened. "You're busted, fucker," he yelled, still taunting, still full of anger. Then he turned and ran off, disappearing into the dark. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my heart still racing. I didn't know what to do next. My hands were shaking, but I knew I had to leave. I had to get out of there, now. This place was too much. I didn't care about the pickup anymore. I just needed to get far away from whoever was out there trying to drag me into their mess. I threw the truck in gear and hit the road, not looking back. It wasn't until I got a few miles down the highway that I realized I was still shaking. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the fear was setting in. I'd been close to a real mess, one that could have gone a lot worse. That feeling of being trapped, like there was no way out, still haunted me. I just kept driving, wanting to get as far from that place as possible. Eventually, I found a safe parking spot, away from any craziness. I shut the truck off, sat back, and let out a deep breath. My head was spinning, and the whole night felt like a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. It was real, and I had barely made it out in one piece. I never thought I'd be writing a story like this, but something about it has been gnawing at me for a while now. I guess it's been about 2 years since all of this started. I've never told anyone the full details, but it feels like I need to, even though I don't think anyone will ever really get the full picture of just how deep it went. It all began with a fandom, a show that had gained a lot of traction and had a dedicated fan base. One of those cult hit shows that you don't expect to go far, but then suddenly it's everywhere. The kind of show that inspires fan art, fan fiction, and all kinds of creative endeavors. A bunch of us, including me, were sucked into it, and that's where I first encountered her. Her name, at least the name she used, was Olivia. She ran a website dedicated to the show. At first, it all seemed very official. She had an established following, she spoke with the show's creator, and her Twitter account was followed by people connected to the show, actors, the producer, the official accounts. She seemed credible, like she had real insider access. The website looked professional, like something an official team would put together, and Olivia even said that she was in close contact with the production team and had early access to plot details. It felt real. I don't know why she reached out to me specifically. I was just another artist posting my work online like everyone else. But she contacted me through a private message, offering me work. She said she needed artists for the website and that I could be part of it. She promised exposure, recognition, and of course, payment for my work. I was young, eager, and naive. Who wouldn't be excited to work for an official website and get their art out there? At first, things were fine. I worked on a couple of pieces, nothing big, just simple fan art to help promote the show. She would send me a vague brief and give me total freedom on how to interpret it. It was all fun at first, but there was something off about her. She would send me long messages, but they weren't always about the work. It seemed like she just wanted someone to talk to. She'd call me sometimes, late at night, for hours. At first, it wasn't a big deal. I was a night owl, and I didn't mind chatting. But the more we spoke, the stranger she seemed. She'd talk about things that didn't make sense. She would casually mention that the show wasn't just a show to her, that it was based on her life. It was like she truly believed the show's characters and events were all real, just slightly altered for dramatic effect. She spoke about it like she had lived through the events, like the characters were based on people she knew. I remember thinking it was just some weird joke, but the more she talked, the more I realized she wasn't joking. She was serious. I didn't realize how deep this obsession went until I started feeling uncomfortable. She would message me at odd hours, asking for updates or giving me new tasks, usually completely unrelated to the show or website. She'd ask me about my personal life, my interests, or what I thought of random things. Sometimes it was just about the food she was making, the new house decor she had bought, or some random detail about her day. It didn't make sense. She didn't need to know all of that to get the work done. And then, it took an even weirder turn. She asked me to come visit her. "Come out and see me," she said. "I want to meet you in person. It'll be fun. We can work together." I don't know why, but something about that request felt wrong. At first, I tried to ignore it. I told her I couldn't, that I was busy, but she wouldn't let it go. She insisted, almost like she didn't take no for an answer. Finally, I asked for a picture. I'd been communicating with her for a while, but I had never seen what she looked like. She claimed she didn't send pictures because of some ex who was stalking her. I didn't believe her, but it was my excuse to not go. She said she couldn't send a picture, not even one for me, because her ex would find her. She went on and on about how unsafe it was for her to show her face, how it could ruin everything. I didn't press further because I knew she wouldn't send one. That was my out. I told her I wouldn't visit unless I had proof of what she looked like. It was the easiest way to get out of it. But the others, the other artists she had brought in, they didn't hesitate. She convinced them to visit her. They didn't ask for pictures. She told them she couldn't send one, and for some reason they bought it. They went to stay with her, not knowing anything about what she looked like, not even a clue. She never once mentioned anything concrete about herself, other than that she was older than she let on, and that she wore a wig all the time. That was all we knew. Then things started to get worse. One of the girls who had gone to visit her just never came back. Not in the way you'd expect someone to disappear, but it was like she was still there, but not. She would occasionally post online, but it wasn't like before. She wasn't sharing art or engaging with the fandom. She'd post random things, like vague updates about her life, but it was clear that something was off. Olivia had control over her in a way that didn't seem healthy. The girl would mention how much control Olivia had over her, how she couldn't do certain things without getting permission. And then, one day, her account went silent for weeks. The website was still up at this point, but it started to die down. There was no new content. Artists were disappearing, either quietly fading from the internet or just leaving the site entirely. Olivia had a weird hold over the people who worked for her, and I was starting to get scared. She had managed to manipulate all these young girls into thinking she could help them become famous, that she could get them jobs with major TV networks like NBC or Showtime. But the truth was, none of it was real. There was no fame. There were no job offers. There was nothing. She was just luring people in, making them think they were working for something legitimate, while she took total control over their lives. Eventually, the website went down. It wasn't an accident. Olivia vanished. Her social media accounts disappeared one by one, and it was like she had never existed at all. The girl who had stayed with her? She stopped posting online entirely, and no one could get in touch with her. I'm pretty sure Olivia moved her to a different state by then. She'd done this before, moved around, changed locations, hidden herself away. The rest of us who were left behind were left with nothing but questions. I never heard from Olivia again. I tried looking her up, tried to find any trace of her, but it was like she evaporated into thin air. The police couldn't do anything. The girls were all of age. They had gone to live with her willingly, and there was no proof that she had done anything illegal. She was just a woman who preyed on young, impressionable girls, promising them the world and taking everything from them. I don't know what happened to the others, the ones who went to visit her. I don't know if they're still with her, or if they managed to get out. I don't know what she did with them, or why she focused on them. Why she chose young artists who were looking for a break. It's all so strange, so twisted, and I still don't have answers. Maybe I was lucky. I didn't fall for her lies, didn't get swept up in her web. But the others? I'm not so sure. They're out there somewhere, and I hope they're okay. But I don't think anyone will ever find Olivia. And if they do, I doubt anyone will ever truly understand what she wanted. All I know is that she tricked us all, us young, naive artists, and I hope for their sake that those girls who went to visit her are safe. Maybe, just maybe, someone will figure it out. Maybe someone will find out who Olivia really was, where she came from, and what she did to those girls. But I'm not holding my breath. I don't think anyone ever will. The whole thing feels like it's been buried, and the only people who know the truth are the ones who were too scared to speak up. I'm speaking up now, though, and I hope someone out there hears this. I was 13 years old at the time, and we were living abroad with my father. The place was unfamiliar, with different languages, different customs, a world that felt as though it belonged to another time. My father had been transferred for work, and we had settled in a small house on the outskirts of a city, nestled in a neighborhood that felt more like a village. The streets were narrow, and the houses, with their thick stone walls and ivy-covered facades, had an old-world charm. But despite the beauty of it all, something about that place always felt heavy, like there was something lingering in the air, just beyond reach. It was in this place, in this house, that I had the first of the strange experiences that I still can't quite explain. It started one night, as we were all getting ready for bed. My father was still working late, as usual, and my younger sister had already fallen asleep. My mom was somewhere in the house, probably reading or cleaning up. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I do know that I wasn't yet asleep. I had been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the night. My mind wandered, as it often did, but then something strange happened. It was as if I had been jolted awake, but I wasn't sure if I was truly awake or still in some kind of half-sleep. I saw her, my grandmother, the one who had always been so full of life, with her laughter that could light up any room and her stories that seemed to go on forever. She was standing at the edge of my bed, not saying a word, but just there, looking at me with those familiar, kind eyes. Her hair, silver now with age, was tied back into a loose bun, and she wore that faded blue dress that I had always loved. But something wasn't quite right. She seemed different. Her face, though familiar, looked like it had aged even more, as though the years had caught up with her in the short time since I'd last seen her. Her expression was soft, almost sad. I wanted to speak, to ask her what she was doing there, but no words came out. It was as if a weight had settled in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I blinked, and she was gone. But even after she vanished, her presence lingered in the room, like a shadow that wouldn't leave, filling me with a quiet unease. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. I didn't feel scared, but something in me knew that this wasn't just a dream. It was real, in some way I couldn't explain. The next morning, I woke up, my body stiff from lying in one position too long. The room was quiet, the sun barely peeking through the curtains, and my mind was foggy. I stood up, stretched, and rubbed my eyes, still trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. I didn't want to go downstairs yet. Instead, I walked over to the window and gazed out at the yard, lost in thought. When I turned back, my eyes landed on the floor, and my stomach dropped. There, in the middle of the room, were bloodstains. Not a lot, just a few smears and droplets, but enough to make me freeze in place. They were small, like someone had been walking across the floor, leaving a trail behind them. But no one had been hurt in our house. There were no animals, no injuries. It didn't make sense. I thought maybe I had been imagining things. Maybe it was just some kind of trick of the light or a stain that had been there before. But when I looked closer, I saw that the bloodstains seemed to lead from the door to my bed, as though someone had walked toward me during the night. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my heart began to race. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that it was just some random accident, some weird coincidence, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. My mind flashed back to the vision of my grandmother the night before. Was it connected? Was this some kind of sign? I didn't know what to think. That morning, my father called. He spoke softly, almost as though he was trying to soften the blow. "Your grandmother passed away last night," he said. His voice cracked just a little. I could hear the sorrow in his words, the weight of the news. I didn't know how to react. Part of me felt a deep, crushing sadness, but another part of me felt scared. Was what I had seen, what I had felt, connected to her passing? Had she somehow tried to reach me before she left? Later that day, we had a quiet dinner, the weight of the news hanging over us. My mother tried to distract us, but nothing felt right. That night, we all slept in the same room, my father, my sister, and me. We huddled together in the dim light, trying to find comfort in the presence of each other, but the fear, the unease, never fully left. I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was lingering, just beyond the edge of my awareness. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, though. It wasn't the first time I had experienced something strange before the death of a loved one. Years earlier, when I was younger, I had experienced something similar when my grandfather passed away. I was even younger then, probably around 10 years old. I had woken up one morning at dawn, as if something had stirred me from my sleep. The room was dark, the sun not yet risen, but I could make out a faint figure standing at the edge of my bed. It was a man, tall and slender, his features blurry, as if he were made of light. His body was glowing faintly, a soft, shimmering light that didn't seem to belong to the world. His face was indistinct, like a shadow that couldn't fully form, but his presence was unmistakable. I wasn't scared. In fact, I wasn't really sure what I was seeing. It was as if my mind couldn't fully comprehend it, but I knew it was there. I didn't understand it, but I also didn't question it. I simply closed my eyes, shrugged it off, and went back to sleep, as if it were a dream. The next day, my father told us the news. My grandfather had passed away during the night. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it. Was it a coincidence? Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe, but I couldn't deny that the events felt linked in some strange, unexplainable way. I didn't tell anyone about what I had seen, not at first. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was more than just a dream or a figment of my imagination. It was as if something, some force, was trying to communicate with me, to give me a message I couldn't fully understand. I didn't know what that message was, but I could feel it in my bones. As the years passed, I had more strange dreams and experiences like these, but none that were as vivid or as direct as the ones before my grandmother and grandfather passed. They left me feeling unsettled, as if my mind was trying to make sense of something far beyond my understanding. And while I never fully understood what had happened, I came to believe that there was something deeper at work, something beyond the physical world. In the years since, I've learned to cherish the memories of those I've lost, to hold on to the love and warmth they gave me during their lives. And while I still wonder about those strange experiences, I don't feel fear anymore. If anything, I feel a sense of peace, knowing that somehow, in some way, they may have reached out to say goodbye before they left this world. I don't know what happens after we die, but I like to believe that the people we love are still with us, in some way, even after they're gone. Maybe the visions were just dreams, or maybe they were something more. But either way, they've left me with a sense of comfort, a belief that those we love are never truly gone. And in the quiet moments, when the world is still and the air is heavy with memories, I still feel their presence, like a soft whisper in the wind, reminding me that they are okay, wherever they are. It was one of those slow summer days when time felt like it didn't exist. The kind of day where the sun just hangs in the sky for hours and everything smells like cut grass and warm pavement. I was probably 8 or 9, same as my best friend at the time. We were just two kids killing time, doing what we always did, hanging around the park near my neighborhood. It wasn't much of a park, really. Just a few old swings that creaked too much, one of those metal jungle gyms that gave you blisters if you slid down too fast, and a basketball hoop with a crooked rim and no net. But it was ours. We knew every inch of that place. Every little dip in the ground, every branch low enough to climb, every spot that got muddy after a rain. That day was just like every other. We were playing tag, or maybe pretending we were in some action movie. We were always making up weird games like that. The sun was bright, not too hot, but enough that we had to take breaks in the shade under the big tree near the edge of the park. That tree was sort of our home base. We'd sit there and talk about dumb stuff, like what animals we could beat in a fight, or what it would be like to dig a tunnel from the park to my house. Dumb kid things. We had no reason to think anything strange would happen that day. Nothing ever really happened in our neighborhood. The scariest thing we ever saw was someone's dog get loose and knock over a trash can. It was safe. We were just kids doing kid things. That's what made it so weird when that guy showed up. I didn't see him at first. I think I was facing the wrong way, or maybe just too caught up in whatever stupid game we were playing. But my friend suddenly stopped running and stared past me. I turned to look. That's when I saw him. He wasn't close, just standing there maybe 30 feet away, near the entrance to the park. He looked completely out of place. He was wearing this long, dirty trench coat that went past his knees. The fabric looked heavy and kind of stiff, like it hadn't been washed in years. It had weird folds in it, like something was inside it, but I couldn't tell what. He also had on this old fedora hat that cast a shadow over his eyes. Even from far away, I could see he was staring right at us. We both kind of froze. It was like our brains didn't know what to do with what we were seeing. He didn't say anything. He didn't wave or move. He just stood there, staring, like he was trying to memorize what we looked like. I told myself maybe he was just some weird old guy who wandered through the neighborhood. It's not like that didn't happen from time to time. People got lost, or maybe he was waiting for someone. That's what we told ourselves, I think, without actually saying it out loud. We tried to just keep playing like normal, like he wasn't there, but it was impossible not to notice him. Every time we glanced over, he was still standing there. After a couple minutes of that, something changed. He took a step forward. It wasn't fast or sudden, just one slow step. Then he raised his arms and opened his coat. That's when it happened. Something dropped out of the inside of his coat and hit the ground with a soft thud. I remember it so clearly, like it happened in slow motion. A dead duck, just a regular-sized mallard, lying limp on the grass, its wings slightly spread, its head flopped to the side like it had no bones left in it. One of the feathers drifted down a second after the body hit the ground. It was like something out of a bad dream. We both just stood there for a second, not moving, not breathing. The guy didn't react to what had fallen out of his coat. He didn't look down at the duck. He didn't seem surprised or upset. He just kept staring at us, and then the creepiest part, he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't even an evil smile. It was empty, like he smiled because he thought that's what people are supposed to do, but there was nothing behind it. No warmth, no reason. Just this blank, wide smile that made my stomach feel like it was full of rocks. Then, without warning, he started walking. Not running, not limping or stumbling. Just this fast, steady walk straight toward us. Coat swinging behind him, hat low over his face, eyes locked on us like we were something he had been looking for all day. We didn't say a word to each other. We didn't plan. We just ran. I think fear does something weird to your body when you're that young. It makes you feel weightless, like your feet barely touch the ground. I don't remember how fast we ran, but it was fast. We left the park, sprinted across the sidewalk, tore down the block without stopping. My house was maybe 3 minutes away if you were walking. We made it there in under one, hearts slamming in our chests, lungs burning. We slammed through the front door, panting, eyes wide. My mom was in the kitchen, and my friend's parents were across the street, so we ran over there too after trying to explain. We told them everything. The man, the coat, the duck, the smile, all of it, but they didn't believe us. At first, they thought we were just making up a story. Maybe we had seen something weird on TV, or were trying to prank them. I could tell by the way they looked at each other, trying not to laugh. My mom even told me to stop telling stories like that. It wasn't funny. We begged them to come to the park. Just look. Just see the duck. Eventually they gave in, probably just to shut us up. So we all walked back to the park, me, my friend, and both our parents. The man was gone. No sign of him anywhere. The grass was undisturbed. The sun still bright. Birds chirping like nothing weird had ever happened. But the duck was there, just lying in the same spot we saw it fall. Still limp, still lifeless. Flies were starting to buzz around it. One wing was sticking out at a weird angle, like it had been broken. Its eyes were open, glassy, staring off into nothing. One of the parents bent down to look at it closer. and I remember the way they slowly stopped talking when they saw it. The mood changed instantly. No more smiling or laughing or teasing. Something about the way that Duck was just lying there made it clear that we hadn't made it up. They called the cops. A patrol car showed up about 15 minutes later. The officer who got out was friendly, but looked confused. He asked us a few questions, mostly about what the man looked like. We gave the best description we could: a tall guy, older, long trench coat, fedora hat, kind of skinny. We didn't know much more. It's not like we were paying attention to his shoes or eye color. We were too busy trying not to wet ourselves. The cop looked around the park, made a few notes, picked up the dead duck with a plastic bag, and told us he'd file a report. That was it. No follow-up. No one else ever came to ask questions. As far as I know, they never found him. We never saw the guy again. He didn't come back the next day, or the next week, or ever. For the rest of that summer, and even the one after that, every time we went back to that park, we'd glance around first, check all the corners, look near the tree line, just in case. But he was gone, like he'd never been there, like we'd imagined the whole thing. But we hadn't. We knew what we saw. The duck had been real. The fear had been real. And to this day, me and my friend, we're both in our 20s now, we still talk about it. Not every day or anything, but sometimes, when we're just sitting around late at night and the mood is quiet, one of us will bring it up. Like, hey, remember that guy with the coat? We still don't know what he was doing. Why he had a duck stuffed in his jacket. Why he smiled like that. Why he started walking toward us without saying a word. Maybe he was just a messed up guy. Maybe he thought it was funny. Maybe he was on something. Maybe he meant to scare us, or maybe he didn't even think about us at all. But whatever the reason, that day stuck with us. It's one of those weird childhood memories that never really fades. It just sits there in the back of your mind, waiting. Sometimes, when I'm walking through a park or see a guy wearing a trench coat, I think about it. I picture that smile, the duck hitting the ground, the way the guy just kept moving forward like nothing was wrong. I guess the weirdest part isn't even what he did. It's the fact that he disappeared like smoke. No one ever found him. No one even really looked. Just a dead duck and two terrified kids. That's all it ever was, officially. But for us, it was real. It happened, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. I was around 6 years old, full of curiosity, and always getting into trouble. Our house was an old one, with a large backyard that seemed to stretch on forever. The yard was fenced in, but most of it was hidden by trees, thick and lush, creating a sort of secret forest at the back. I had always been told to stay close to the house, to not go too far back into the woods. My mom would warn me about the fence and the property line, always reminding me that the woods beyond were off limits. But being a child, I found that restriction more intriguing than anything else. It was a warm, sunny afternoon, and I remember feeling unusually adventurous that day. I had been playing in the yard for a while, tossing a ball around and pretending to be some kind of explorer. The fence that separated our yard from the woods had always been a barrier, but today it seemed like an invitation. I was finally big enough to understand what lay beyond it, and I wanted to see it for myself. There was something mysterious about it, something that called to me. I decided, in that moment, to finally follow the fence all the way to the end of the yard. It had always felt like such a forbidden territory, but I was ready to know what was on the other side. I took off, walking along the fence line, my little legs moving as fast as they could. The further I walked, the quieter it got. The trees seemed to get thicker, their branches intertwining above, casting long shadows across the ground. There was a certain stillness in the air, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to discover what lay ahead. It took a while, but I finally reached the end of the fence. I had never been this far before, and I felt a strange mix of excitement and hesitation. The fence ended abruptly, but where it stopped, there was another fence. It was just a few inches behind ours, and I could see that someone else's yard started there. The land was still heavily wooded, but there was a different feel to it, one that felt unfamiliar and foreign. My eyes drifted across the yard, and that's when I saw it. A swing set, placed a few feet behind the fence, sitting eerily still in the shade of the trees. It was just an ordinary swing set, but something about it seemed out of place, like it didn't belong there. I didn't dwell on it, though. My attention was caught by something else. A massive tree, tall and imposing, stood just in front of me. It was a strange sight. There were long, thick nails, about 6 inches each, hammered all the way up the trunk of the tree. The nails glistened in the light, and the tree almost seemed to invite me to climb it. I didn't think twice. I was small, but I was always full of energy, always looking for new adventures. The tree seemed perfect for climbing. I stepped forward, my hands gripping the rough bark, my feet finding purchase on the uneven surface. The nails stuck out like jagged little fingers, giving me footholds and handholds as I climbed higher and higher. My heart raced with the thrill of being up so high, of being in a place I had never been before. The world seemed smaller from up there, the trees below me looking like tiny, scattered toys. As I reached the top of the tree, I heard something, a crunching sound from the ground below. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. I looked down, my eyes scanning the space beneath me. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I saw them. 2 men, standing just beyond the fence. They were watching me. They looked to be in their late 20s or early 30s, dressed in simple clothes. Their faces calm, but their eyes fixed on me. I didn't understand it at first. Why were they staring? "Wow, look at you go," one of them called up to me, his voice casual, almost approving. He wasn't loud, but his words carried clearly through the quiet air. I didn't know what to think. The way he said it, it almost sounded like he was impressed. Maybe he was just admiring how high I had climbed. After all, I was just a little kid. I returned my attention to the swing set, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It looked so still, so empty. There was a little girl on the swing, dressed in a simple dress, just sitting there, swaying back and forth. She didn't look at me, didn't seem to notice me at all. I glanced back down at the men, trying to figure out why they were still standing there. They hadn't moved, hadn't said anything else. I shifted uncomfortably in the tree, unsure of what to do next. Something about this entire situation felt off, but I couldn't pinpoint why. The men began talking again, their voices low but clear. "You want to come over and play?" one of them asked. "We could help you over the fence. It's just on the other side. You can come play for a little while." I stared down at them, my mind racing. I wanted to say no. I knew I should say no. But there was a part of me, that small part of me that still thought everything was safe and fun, that wanted to go. After all, what could it hurt? They seemed friendly enough. Still, I hesitated, looking back at the little girl on the swing, her feet gently kicking back and forth, her face unreadable. I didn't feel the warmth of childhood innocence in her gaze. There was something cold about it, something unsettling. I took a deep breath and climbed down the tree, my feet finding their way back to solid ground. The men were still standing there, waiting. They didn't move any closer, but they kept watching me. As I neared the fence, one of them reached his hand up, offering to help me over. I stood there, looking at his outstretched hand, and I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. His smile was too wide, too eager, and I felt a strange, instinctual sense of discomfort. Something wasn't right. "It's okay," I said, my voice quiet but firm. "I have to go ask my mom first." I didn't wait for a response. I turned on my heel and ran, not looking back, my heart pounding in my chest. I ran straight to the house, bursting through the back door and into the kitchen where my mom was. I was out of breath, my eyes wide, and I must have looked terrified because my mom's expression shifted immediately. She paused in whatever she was doing and looked at me with concern. "Can I go play next door?" I asked, my voice a little shaky. I didn't know why I asked. My brain was still reeling from what had just happened, but the first thing that popped into my head was that I should check with my mom. She thought for a moment and then nodded, pointing in the direction of our other neighbor's house. "Sure, but go next door," she said. "You can play with them for a while." I felt a strange sense of relief at that. I ran back to the yard, my legs moving quickly, but when I reached the fence again, something was wrong. The men were gone. The little girl was gone too. The swing set still sat there, abandoned. But I didn't feel the same curiosity I had earlier. Instead, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the entire yard had shifted, as though everything that had felt normal before had been suddenly twisted into something strange. I turned around, looking back towards the house, and that's when I saw him, the man who had been standing closest to the fence. He was standing just a few feet away from the edge of the yard, his eyes fixed on me. His expression was neutral, but there was something unsettling about the way he stood, unmoving, as though he were waiting for something. I backed away slowly, feeling that strange fear prickling at the back of my neck. I didn't say another word. I turned and ran back to the house, my breath coming fast. I didn't stop running until I was inside, safe behind the walls of the house. I didn't tell my mom what had happened. I didn't want to scare her, and part of me was embarrassed. I had made a mistake by even thinking about going over there. It didn't take long for me to forget about it, or at least I tried to. But to this day, I still wonder what might have happened if I had gone over that fence, if I had trusted those men and walked into their yard. I never saw them again. After that day, the woods behind the yard felt different, colder. And the swing set, which had once seemed so inviting, now looked like an eerie reminder of how close I had come to something dangerous. I never went back to that part of the yard again. The fence, once an obstacle to my curiosity, had become a boundary I never even thought about crossing. And as I grew older, I understood the meaning of stranger danger. It was a lesson I'd learned the hard way, but I was lucky. I never told my mom, never told anyone about that day. Maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me, or maybe I was too ashamed. But looking back now, I realize how close I came to something I might not have been able to escape from. It's strange, but I still think about it sometimes. What would have happened if I had gone over that fence? What was it that made me turn around, run back home? It's a mystery I'll never have an answer to, but I've come to terms with it. I had just left my friend's house a little after 1 a.m. We'd been watching movies, eating junk food, talking about everything from work to dumb high school memories. It had been a long week, and that kind of night was the break I didn't know I needed. We lost track of time, like always, and when I finally looked at my phone and saw the time, I realized I should have been home over an hour ago. I wasn't drunk or anything, just tired. I told him I was heading out, said goodbye, got in my car, and started the drive back home. It was early spring, and even though the days were getting warmer, the nights still had that sharp bite to them. The kind that seeps in through your windows, even if they're rolled up. There was a thin fog starting to roll in, hugging the ground and giving the road that faint, hazy look. I always took the back roads to avoid the main traffic lights, especially that late. This stretch was about 15 miles of pitch-black country road, only lit by my headlights and the occasional road sign glowing as I passed it. No streetlights, barely any other cars, just me and the hum of the engine. I remember how quiet everything felt. Not peaceful quiet, though. The kind of quiet that makes you realize how isolated you are. My phone had no service in that area. It never did. The trees on either side of the road leaned in like they were watching, and the only thing I could hear was the tires against the pavement and the soft rattling of something loose in my glove compartment. My headlights were on high beam, and I kept my eyes straight ahead, just driving and trying not to think too hard about anything. I'd done this drive dozens of times, so I didn't think anything would be different. About halfway through the drive, maybe 20 minutes from home, I came up on this weird three-way intersection. I knew it well. I'd passed it so many times that I didn't even slow down anymore. It's not one of those intersections with stop signs on every side. The direction I was coming from had the right-of-way. The road to the right dead-ended a few miles in, and the road to the left just curved back around into the same county road I was on. Barely anyone ever turned off there. I usually didn't even see another car. But that night, I saw something different. As I got closer, I noticed a car parked right on the edge of the intersection, facing in a weird angle. Almost like the driver had pulled over quickly or maybe lost control for a second. The car wasn't running. Its headlights were off, and it didn't have hazard lights flashing. Just sitting there, dark and still. That got my attention right away. You don't usually see people stop there, not at that hour. Then I saw someone standing next to it. He was on the driver's side, just kind of standing there like he was waiting for something. Not waving, not walking, just there. His posture didn't scream panic or anything, but he wasn't relaxed either. He was standing stiff, facing the road, almost like he was expecting me. I slowed down out of instinct more than anything else. Just a little tap on the brake, not enough to stop, just enough to take a better look. The guy was wearing jeans and a dark hoodie. The hood was up, but I could make out his face in the beams of my headlights as I got closer. He didn't look hurt, didn't seem scared or desperate, just still, like he was waiting to be noticed. His car looked fine too. No flat tire that I could see, no steam from under the hood, no open trunk or door. Just parked there, and him beside it. And for some reason, I slowed down more. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was tired, maybe still in that relaxed mood from hanging out with my friend. I think part of me just didn't want to be the kind of person who drove by someone who might need help. And yeah, I'd grown up being told not to stop for strangers at night, especially alone, but this guy didn't look threatening at first glance. Just a dude on the side of the road. I figured maybe he ran out of gas, or his phone was dead, and he needed to call someone. I had a battery-packed charger in my glove box. I had mace in the side pocket of the driver's door. I felt cautious, but not afraid. I slowed my car to a crawl and pulled slightly toward the side of the road near his car. I kept the engine running, leaned a little to look across my mirror, and rolled my window down just enough to call out and ask if he was all right. He didn't move. That threw me off. Usually someone waves their arms or steps forward or says something first if they need help. He just stood there, watching. The second my car came to a full stop and I started reaching for the door handle, that's when he spoke. Just one sentence. "Do you believe in God?" That's all he said, loud enough to hear clearly. Not shouting, not angry, calm, almost rehearsed. But it hit me like ice water dumped on my spine. I froze halfway through opening my door. His voice wasn't panicked or curious. There was no emotion in it. It was just empty. Like he was asking a question he didn't actually care about the answer to. Like the question itself was the point, not the conversation. The way he said it, how still he was, how late it was, all of it clicked in a way that made my stomach turn. I can't explain why exactly, but everything in me screamed to leave. I didn't even shut the door all the way. Just yanked it closed, slammed the gear into drive, and punched the gas. My tires skidded a bit before they caught the pavement, and I shot forward, not daring to look in my mirrors. I didn't want to see if he was walking toward me, or running. I didn't want to see anything. I just wanted to get out of there. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I was going to pass out. I didn't even realize I was speeding until I hit a curve too fast and had to swerve slightly back into my lane. I kept going, didn't stop, didn't slow down. About 5 miles later, I pulled over at a gas station that was closed for the night, but the parking lot had bright lights. I parked under one of the lights and locked all my doors. My hands were shaking. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I kept replaying the scene in my head. The car, the man, that question. Do you believe in God? I couldn't make sense of it. Why ask that? Why just stand there in the middle of nowhere like that? Eventually, I dug out my phone and saw I had service again. I called the non-emergency number for the sheriff's department. I didn't want to call 911 because it wasn't technically an emergency anymore, but I felt like someone should check on that guy, or at least know he was out there. The dispatcher was polite. I gave her the exact location of the intersection, described the man and his car as best as I could, and explained what happened. I didn't say much about the question, just that it creeped me out and didn't seem right. She said they'd send someone to take a look. I stayed in the gas station parking lot for another 10 minutes, then finally drove the rest of the way home. I double-checked all my doors that night, locked every window, and slept with a light on. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept checking the local police blotter online, trying to see if anything happened. There was nothing. No arrests. No accidents. No missing persons. No reports. I called the sheriff's office again and asked if they'd found the guy. The woman I spoke to said an officer responded to the area, but didn't find anyone or any vehicle. She said they'd patrol the area a little more for the next few nights, just in case, but there wasn't much else they could do. That was it. No answers. No follow-up. Just a strange man on a dark road asking a strange question in the middle of the night. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what he would have done if I'd answered. Maybe nothing. Maybe he was having some kind of breakdown. Or maybe something worse. All I know is I've never stopped for anyone on a back road since then. And I never will. I had never really shared this story before. I've only told a few people, and even then, I tried to downplay it, telling myself that maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe something else entirely had been going on. But it wasn't until recently, when I had a conversation with a friend about strange experiences in college dorms, that I realized I needed to get this out. It was 2013, and I was a freshman at college, living on campus. I had a roommate, let's call her Kate. We'd been assigned to a room in the girls' dorm, one that had been left unused for a long time before they turned it into a proper dorm room. The room had been used as a model, a show space for prospective students and their families, so it was kind of an odd setup. The room wasn't bad, though. It had everything we needed, though the Wi-Fi was spotty, which was a real pain since I would sometimes have to go to the laundry room down the hall to get any work done. But overall, the first semester passed like any typical college semester. Everything was fine. Then came Christmas break. Kate and I went home for the holidays, like most students do. When we returned in January 2014, something was off. Kate had arrived a little earlier than me, dropped off her bags, and locked the door behind her. When I got to the room about 30 minutes later, I unlocked the door to find an absolute mess. It was as if someone had broken into our room and gone on a rampage. My roommate's suitcases were flung across the room. My drawers were wide open. Our beds, which had been made when we left, were now completely undone, and even the ceiling tiles were messed with. One of them had fallen down onto my bed. At first, I thought maybe Kate had done it. Maybe she had gotten back and started unpacking, but I called her to ask, and she was just as confused as I was. She had left the room locked up and hadn't been inside until just before I got there. Neither of us had done any of that. We went to the RA to ask if anyone had gotten into our room, but they said it was impossible. The door had been locked the entire time, and nobody had access. We couldn't figure it out, but we just chalked it up to something weird, maybe even a prank. As time went on, the strange things kept happening. At first, it was just little things, small noises that we couldn't explain. I'd hear something rustling in the corner of the room in the middle of the night, or I'd wake up to the sound of something faint tapping against the walls. But I kept telling myself it was just the old building settling, or maybe the pipes making noise. But then things escalated. About 2 weeks after we'd come back from break, one night at around 2 a.m., Kate and I were both sound asleep. The dorm was quiet, like it always was after curfew. This was a Christian college, so lights out was strictly enforced. But I suddenly woke up to a loud noise, a loud, solid crash. It was like something heavy had been thrown across the room. I woke Kate up, asking her why she'd thrown something across the room. She was groggy and confused and said she hadn't done anything. So, I turned on the light. We both sat up and looked around the room. Now let me give you a layout of the room so you can understand the situation a little better. Our room was rectangular. Kate's bed was on the far side, parallel to the top part of the room, with the head of her bed against the wall. My bed was along the longer wall, against the opposite side. Between our beds was a mini fridge, and on the opposite wall were 2 small built-in shelves with desks. The door was at the far end of the long wall. Above Kate's bed was a shelf. On it, there was a stuffed animal, an air freshener spray thing, one of those battery-powered ones that had stopped working weeks ago, and a plastic cup with the school logo on it. When I turned the light on, we looked around and saw what had been thrown across the room. It was the air freshener. The spray thing had been on the shelf above Kate's bed, and now it was on the floor by my bed, about 7 or 8 feet away from its original spot. It wasn't a small distance. It had been thrown with some force. We both stared at it for a while, trying to come up with an explanation. The thing had been sitting there since the first week of school. It had never moved. How could it have just suddenly been thrown off the shelf, especially when nothing else had moved, and there were no vents or air currents to explain it? We shrugged it off and went back to bed, but deep down, we were both unsettled. For the next couple of months, the spray thing kept being flung off the shelf. It wasn't every night, but it was often enough that we both started to feel uneasy. It wasn't just that, it was other little things. One night, I woke up with this intense feeling of dread. It was like something wasn't right. I turned my head to look at the corner by the door, and there, in the darkest part of the room, I saw something. It wasn't just a shadow, it was solid. It was like a person, hunched down, rocking slightly on its feet, almost like it was getting ready to spring. It was like it was waiting for something. I froze, staring at it. I was trying to figure out if it was Kate, maybe, or just some weird trick of the light. I called out to Kate, but it didn't move. It just stayed there, unmoving, watching me. I called her name again, and again. It didn't move until I said her name a third time. When Kate finally stirred and sat up, I could feel the presence vanish, like it had disappeared in that instant. I turned on the light and looked around. It was gone. Kate sat up, rubbing her eyes. I was still shaken. I told her what I had seen, and she just went silent for a moment. Then she told me that she had been seeing it too, ever since the first time the spray thing had been thrown. She had seen it standing in the corner by the door most nights after I had fallen asleep, but she hadn't said anything. It was like she was afraid to. We both tried to make sense of it, but we couldn't. I didn't know what was going on, but something about that thing in the corner felt wrong. Like it was watching us, like it was waiting for something to happen. After that, I decided to try and catch whatever was happening on film. I set up my laptop and aimed it toward the shelf with the air freshener, figuring that if anything else happened, we'd have proof. The next few nights, nothing happened. No spray thing moved. Nothing. But one night, Kate woke me up again. She could hear the air freshener scraping across the shelf, like it was about to fall. We both sat up in bed, not facing each other. I had my phone in my hand, fiddling with it, and Kate was starting up the laptop to film. Then we both heard it, a loud thud, and we both turned to look. The spray thing was sitting in the center of Kate's bed, perfectly positioned. There was no possible way it could have just ended up there, especially when it had no batteries. We were both freaked out. I grabbed the spray and put it back on the shelf. We decided to keep filming and went back to bed, hoping things would calm down. The next morning, I checked the video, and my blood ran cold. The laptop had somehow been rotated during the night, and when we checked the footage, the whole segment of the video after the first 2 minutes was just gone. Everything after that was blank. The video had cut off, and all that was left was the first part of the night. Nothing made sense. I showed it to my boyfriend at the time, who was an engineering major. He didn't believe us at first. He thought we were just scared, that maybe we were imagining things. He and another friend came to our dorm during open house, trying to figure out how the spray thing could have ended up on Kate's bed. They couldn't figure it out either. It didn't make sense. This strange stuff continued all semester, but by the end of the year, things had started to calm down. We went home for the summer. The air freshener sat there on my shelf at home, untouched, no longer a source of fear. When I saw Kate again the next semester, something was off. She was different. She was tired, constantly. She couldn't sleep, not at all. It was like she had changed overnight. It wasn't just college stress, it was something else. She looked sick, and she was never the same after that. Eventually, her grandma convinced her to see a doctor. The diagnosis was insomnia, caused by the stress of college. But I knew. We both knew. We grew apart after that. The strange things that happened in that dorm had changed us, especially Kate. She wasn't the same person, and I never really got a chance to ask her about it again. But a mutual friend told me recently that Kate still struggles with anxiety when it's dark, and she can't sleep well. I still don't know what happened. I don't know what it was that caused everything to fall apart, but it was something real. Something neither of us could explain. I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was all in our heads, maybe there's a logical explanation. But I can't shake the feeling that something was just wrong. Even now, I still can't quite put my finger on what it was. Maybe I never will. All I know is that whatever it was, it still lingers in my mind. I don't know if this is something others have experienced before, or if it even has a name, but what happened to me that day felt like it was more than just déjà vu. It wasn't just a few seconds of familiarity, or some fleeting sense that I had been through something before. No, this was different. It stretched on for a full 24 hours, and it wasn't just a feeling. It was as if I had already lived those 24 hours, and I was just replaying the day over again. It started in the strangest way. I was on the couch, just sort of dozing off, not fully asleep, but not fully awake either. That weird in-between state where your mind drifts into a dream, but you're still aware of the sounds around you. The TV was on in the background, and my family was talking in the other room. It wasn't a normal sleep, more like I was walking on a tightrope between sleep and wakefulness, each moment floating between reality and whatever was happening in my dream. I couldn't tell you what the dream was about at first. It was hazy, just pieces and fragments, like images that kept slipping away the more I tried to focus on them. But I could hear my dad talking in the kitchen about something, and then my sister was laughing. I could hear the soft clink of dishes being set on the table. It felt like I was half in the room with them, and half in some other place, not fully attached to either. It only lasted for about 15 minutes, but in those 15 minutes, I experienced something I can't explain. I'm not sure what snapped me out of it, but suddenly, I was wide awake, my heart racing. My whole body tensed up like I had just fallen into a cold lake. A headache hit me like a freight train, one of those kinds that make you feel like your head is going to explode. I had to close my eyes to try to ride it out. I wasn't even fully awake yet, not all the way, but I knew something was wrong. My mind felt off kilter, like I had just stepped off the edge of the earth. When the headache finally dulled enough for me to drift off to sleep that night, I thought that whatever had happened during my weird dozing was just a fluke, a one-off thing that wouldn't come back. I was wrong. The next day, I woke up feeling like the world around me was not unfamiliar, but not entirely new either. It was the first moment that the sensation hit me, this overwhelming feeling of having lived this day before. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but it was like a foggy memory just beyond reach. I shook it off, telling myself it was probably just from the weird dreamlike state I had experienced the night before. Maybe my brain was just trying to process things in a weird way. I started my morning normally, having coffee and getting ready for the day. But then it started. My dad came in from the kitchen, and he said, "Hey, I got tickets to the Giants game this weekend." I froze, not in surprise, but in recognition. The words were familiar before they even left his mouth, like I had heard them 1,000 times before. I had never heard him say that before, but it was as if I knew it was coming. I even knew the tone of his voice, the way he was standing when he said it. I knew exactly what he was going to say before he even said it. I dismissed it as coincidence. Maybe I had dreamed about it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But the next few hours, they just kept happening the same way. I opened my phone to check something, and the first notification that popped up was from a YouTube channel I followed. It was a video I'd seen in my dream the night before, the exact same title, the same thumbnail. I knew what it was going to say before I clicked on it. And when I did click it, it was exactly what I thought it would be. I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't just little things. It was major moments in my day. I knew when the phone was going to ring. I knew who it was. I knew the questions they were going to ask me. My thoughts were on autopilot, but they felt like echoes, like I was walking in someone else's shoes. But the path had already been laid out before me. I was just following it. The feeling didn't fade. It only grew stronger, and the more I tried to shake it off, the more it consumed me. The entire day was like I was reliving a dream I'd had, where every detail was predictable, where I could feel the next moment before it happened, but I couldn't change it. It felt like I was trapped in a loop, but I didn't know how to get out of it. Every time I moved forward in the day, I knew what was coming next. It was like watching a film you've already seen 100 times, but you're still stuck in it, forced to live it over and over again. It was everything. When I stepped outside, I knew the exact moment a neighbor would wave at me. I knew what time it would start raining, and I even knew the color of the car that would drive past. Every single thing, from the mundane to the unusual, was set in motion, and I was just watching it unfold, helpless to stop it. I remember walking into the kitchen, and my mom was cooking breakfast. She asked if I wanted anything, and I knew exactly what I would say, and I knew what she would respond. I didn't have to think, didn't have to make any decisions because it was all already decided for me, in my mind. The pattern was already set, like the world had already planned out my every move. I couldn't escape it. And then there was the moment with the TV. I had the strangest feeling that I had seen the same episode of a show before. But not just that, I could predict the next line of dialogue before it even happened. It was unsettling, like someone had rewound time just enough to let me catch up. But now I was stuck on repeat. It was the longest day of my life. I wanted it to end. I wanted to break free from this feeling that everything had already been decided for me, that nothing was real, that I was just a spectator in a world that wasn't mine. But I couldn't. No matter how much I tried, it was like being locked in a cage made of my own memories, and I couldn't escape. By the time the evening came around, I was exhausted, mentally drained, and almost terrified. I hadn't experienced anything like this before. The day had been exactly like I had dreamed it. Everything. The tiniest details were all there, from the way the light hit the kitchen counter at a certain time to the way my dad laughed at something on TV. It was too much. It felt like I had lost my sense of self, like I was just following a script that someone else had written. But when I finally went to bed that night, I was relieved. The next day would be different, I told myself. I had already lived this one, and I didn't want to live it again. But as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The memories of that day were too vivid, too perfect, and I couldn't escape the thought that they hadn't really been memories at all. They had been something else, something more. And since then, nothing like it has happened again. I haven't had that feeling of déjà vu again, not in the same way. But sometimes, when I'm in the middle of an ordinary day, I'll get this odd sensation that I've been through this moment before. It's fleeting, like a shadow passing by, but it's there. And it always takes me back to that strange, unsettling day when I lived 24 hours of my life like I had already dreamed them. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just a fluke or if something deeper was happening. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me, or maybe it was something else entirely. But I can tell you this. I'll never forget the feeling of knowing what was going to happen before it did, and not being able to change it. That feeling still lingers with me, like the echo of a dream that never quite fades away. I must have been around 15 or 16 at the time, and it was a warm Arizona night. My dad was out of town for work, so it was just my mom, my sister, and I at the house. My mom and sister shared a room, and I had the couch in the living room to myself. It wasn't a huge house, but it was comfortable, nestled in a quiet neighborhood that felt safe. Whenever my dad was away, I always ended up sleeping on the couch. I'm not exactly sure why. I guess it just made me feel safer. The couch was a bit worn out, but it was big, and the cushions were soft enough that I could spread out and fall asleep. But that night, something about it felt different. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. when I woke up. The house was quiet, too quiet. I couldn't see much, but the moonlight was shining through the front window, casting faint shadows around the room. The only sound I could hear was the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, distant and low. The air felt heavy, almost like there was a stillness that wasn't normal. As I lay there, I turned my head, facing the backs of the couch cushions. I didn't make any movements, but the feeling hit me instantly, like someone was in the room, watching me. You know those moments when you get that gut feeling that something isn't right, even though you can't explain why? That's how I felt in that instant. I lay there, completely still, my heart starting to race. I was trying not to move, trying to control my breathing, so I wouldn't give myself away. It felt like the air had thickened around me, as if something was there, just out of sight, but so real that I could feel its presence. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. Something told me, deep down, not to look. Not yet. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, if it was some trick my mind was playing on me, or if something was actually there, but the fear in my gut told me to stay still. I don't know how long I lay there. It felt like forever. Time seemed to stretch, like the minutes were dragging out longer than they should. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was right behind me, watching every breath I took. The sweat started to build up on my forehead, and my hands were clammy. My mind raced through all sorts of scenarios. What if someone had broken in? What if someone was waiting for the perfect moment to make a move? I couldn't tell if I was paranoid or if something was genuinely off, but the thought of turning around terrified me. I kept my eyes focused on the cushion in front of me, willing myself to breathe slowly and steadily. I tried to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but every fiber of my being felt like it was on alert. I could hear the faintest sounds, the creaks of the house settling, the distant hum of the streetlights outside, but nothing more. Still, I felt that same presence, almost as if it was moving, getting closer. Then, after what felt like an eternity, I felt something change in the air. It was subtle at first, but I could feel it, like a shift in the atmosphere, almost as if whatever was there had either moved or left. The tension that had been suffocating the room seemed to lift slightly. My body relaxed, just a little. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I had calmed myself down enough to realize that nothing was wrong. I tried to convince myself that I was safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I took a deep breath, gathering every ounce of courage I had left. Slowly, almost too slowly, I flipped over onto my back, my eyes snapping open as I did. I scanned the room, my heart hammering in my chest. The couch cushions were undisturbed, the same as before. The living room looked exactly how it should, empty. But there was something that immediately caught my eye. The sliding glass door to the backyard, which I knew was always locked, was wide open. The curtains fluttered gently in the night air, as if the door had been opened for a while. The chill that rushed over me wasn't from the night air. It was pure fear. My mind went into overdrive. Someone had been in the house. The door was open, and I hadn't heard it. How had I missed it? Had I been so wrapped up in my own fear that I hadn't heard the door slide open? My stomach churned with the realization that someone, at some point, had been in the house. The question of whether they had left or not was hanging over me like a heavy weight. I sat there on the couch for what felt like an eternity, just staring at the door, not knowing what to do. My body was frozen. I didn't want to make any noise in case whoever had been in here was still nearby, but I knew I couldn't just sit there either. My mind raced through all the possibilities. What if they were still inside? What if they were hiding in the next room, waiting for the right moment? My thoughts were spiraling, and the fear started to overwhelm me. I carefully slipped off the couch, trying to make as little noise as possible. My heart was pounding in my chest as I crept across the room toward the hallway. I could see the faint light coming from under the door of my mom's room. She and my sister were fast asleep in there. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, step by step, as quietly as I could. The house felt enormous in that moment, too quiet and too empty, like it was holding its breath. When I reached my mom's door, I gently knocked. The last thing I wanted to do was wake them up suddenly, but I couldn't keep this to myself. I needed someone else to know. I needed someone to help me make sense of it. My mom stirred, and when she opened the door, I could see the confusion in her eyes. I tried to stay calm, but my voice came out shaky as I told her what had happened. I explained everything, the feeling of being watched, the door being open, the strange shift in the air. She didn't hesitate. Without saying a word, she rushed out of her room and headed straight for the back door. I watched her as she locked the door, her movements quick and precise. She didn't seem as scared as I felt, but I could tell something was wrong. She immediately called my dad, telling him what had happened, though I could tell she didn't want to worry him. My dad was always the calm one, the one who took charge in situations like this. I could hear her trying to reassure him, but I knew she was worried too. Nothing ever came of it though. No break-ins, no strange noises after that night, no signs of anything being stolen or disturbed. I kept waiting for something else to happen, something that would make sense of it all, but nothing did. In the days that followed, I kept an eye on the house, constantly checking the locks and doors, but I never found any indication that someone had been inside. I went over it again and again in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened, but there was no answer. Eventually, life returned to normal. My dad came home, and the strange feeling seemed to fade away. We never spoke much about it after that night, and nothing like it ever happened again. I don't know who or what had been in the house that night, or why they'd opened the back door, but I've never forgotten that feeling. The feeling that I wasn't alone, and the realization that sometimes things happen that we can't explain. I still wonder, though, what if I had turned around? What if I had checked the door earlier? Would I have seen something? Or would I have just made myself more terrified than I already was? In the end, it didn't matter. The house was still safe. My family was fine. But that night has stuck with me, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't the ones we see, but the ones we don't. It was the summer I turned 13, and my family had planned a vacation that felt like something out of a movie. We were going to stay in a house on the beach in Mexico, one that was completely isolated from everything and everyone. My parents had found the place online, some off-grid rental that boasted privacy, stunning views, and direct access to the ocean. No neighbors, no resorts, no hotels. Just sand, water, and us. The drive there had already set the tone for how remote this place was. After flying into a small coastal town and picking up a rental car, we drove for over an hour down the coast, passing through only a few scattered communities before we reached a long, barely marked dirt road. That road stretched on for 10 miles, riddled with potholes big enough to swallow a tire, and we had to drive at a crawl just to avoid damaging the car. It was hot, dusty, and rough. On both sides of the road were dense thickets of low jungle, broken occasionally by wide-open views of the ocean far off to the left. There was no signage, no power lines, no cell signal. Eventually, the house appeared. This lone structure nestled at the edge of a stretch of beach that curved out of sight in both directions. The place was modest but beautiful. A white two-story building with a wide porch, weathered wooden shutters, and a thatched palapa for shade. Solar panels on the roof powered the basics. There was a rainwater collection system with a small filtration setup for showers and dishes. No neighbors, no shops. The nearest town was 30 miles away, and we'd brought everything we needed for the week in coolers and bins. Water, food, sunscreen, snorkeling gear, and flashlights. It felt like we were dropped into another world. The beach itself was gorgeous, soft white sand that went on forever, with turquoise water stretching out until it faded into the horizon. Palm trees framed the edge of the property, and behind the house, A line of low dunes gave way to more dense vegetation. During the day, it was paradise. We snorkeled along the reef just offshore, paddled out in kayaks, and collected shells and pieces of coral. Time moved slower. Everything felt peaceful. The inside of the house was simple but comfortable. The ground floor was open plan with a small kitchen, a sitting area, and sliding glass doors that looked out to the sea. Upstairs was a loft with beds lined up under the sloped ceiling. That's where I was sleeping, near a small window that faced the beach. It wasn't much of a window, maybe 2 feet across, but it gave me a perfect view of the ocean. There were no curtains. At night, the moonlight spilled in, soft and silver, making everything below look like a dream. We'd been there for a few days, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. My siblings and I spent most of our time in the water, and when the sun went down, we'd play cards, eat dinner, and then head to bed early. It was the kind of trip that drained your energy, in a good way. But that one night, everything shifted. I remember lying in bed, my arms still sticky with dried salt water, my legs sore from paddling all day. The moon was full or close to it, bright enough that the beach outside looked silver blue. You could see the edges of the waves rolling in and out. I had been drifting between sleep and wakefulness, staring out that little window. It was peaceful, quiet. The only sound was the rhythm of the ocean and the occasional rustle of palm leaves in the breeze. Then something caught my eye. At first, it didn't register. I blinked, rubbed my face, and looked again. Right there, at the edge of the tide, was a figure. A dark silhouette, motionless, standing upright with the shape and posture of a human. But it wasn't just any person. This thing looked wrong. Too tall, too thin, easily over 7 feet, just standing there, like it was watching the house. Or maybe just the ocean. I couldn't tell. I lay there frozen, my breath caught in my chest. I told myself it was a trick of the moonlight, maybe a tree or a rock. But there were no trees down there. No rocks that size. It was flat, open sand, and the outline was unmistakably human. Long limbs, a straight back, arms at its sides. I blinked again. It didn't move. I lay still for a minute, waiting, hoping I was wrong, that maybe my eyes were tired or playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, it was still there. Same shape, same spot. Just standing. I pulled the sheet back and sat up slowly. My skin was crawling. I didn't want to wake anyone up. Not yet. I didn't want to seem like I was overreacting. But something felt wrong. Deeply wrong. I climbed down the narrow ladder from the loft as quietly as I could, the wooden rungs creaking under my feet. My hands were shaking. Downstairs, the big windows facing the beach gave a wider view. I crept into the kitchen, trying not to step on the loose floorboards, and peeked outside. It was still there. The figure hadn't moved an inch. Same place, right where the foamy edge of the tide licked at the sand. Still too tall. Still too thin. Still completely still. The windows were large and gave a nearly uninterrupted view of the beach. No blinds. Just clear glass, letting in the moonlight. I leaned against the counter, staring at the figure, my heart pounding. I kept trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a post, a washed-up piece of driftwood, a weird trick of the light, but I couldn't make the shape into anything else. It was too upright, too symmetrical, human-like in every way except its unnatural height and stillness. If it was a person, what were they doing out there? How had they gotten here? There were no roads, no trails, nothing. No one could walk 10 miles down that dirt road, through all that brush at night. We hadn't seen a single person the entire time we'd been here. I hesitated, then reached for the panel on the wall that controlled the outside lights. There were floodlights mounted under the eaves of the house that pointed toward the beach, meant for night swims, or maybe just to enjoy the view. I flipped the switch. In an instant, the beach lit up. A warm, white light spilled over the sand and the waves. And the figure was gone. Not moved. Not faded. Gone. My eyes darted across the beach, scanning every inch, every corner the light touched. But there was nothing. Just smooth sand, rippling water, and shadows from the palm trees. No footprints. No trace of anything. I backed away from the window, feeling sick. It hadn't run. There was no way something could move that fast. It was like it had vanished the second the lights came on. My mind was racing. I couldn't make sense of what I'd seen. I turned the lights back off and stood in the dark for a long time, staring out at the now empty beach. Every part of me was tense, on edge, waiting for it to return. But it didn't. That night, I didn't sleep. I went back up to the loft eventually, wrapped myself in my blanket, and kept my eyes locked on the window. I didn't want to blink. I kept imagining that shape reappearing at the water's edge, standing there like before, unmoving. But the beach stayed empty. When the sun came up, I was still awake. I didn't even wait for everyone else to be up before I went down to the beach. I needed to see it in the daylight. Needed to know if I could find any evidence that I hadn't lost my mind. I walked the stretch where I'd seen it, right at the edge of the tide. The sand was smooth, broken only by the natural patterns of the water, and a few small crabs scuttling away from my footsteps. There were no prints, no marks, nothing to prove anything had stood there the night before. Just clean, soft sand. I told my family about it over breakfast, still shaky. They smiled and shrugged it off. They figured I had a bad dream, or that the moonlight had played tricks on me. My dad joked that I'd watched too many scary movies. My mom told me to get more sleep. No one believed me. I could see it in their faces. They were humoring me. But I knew what I saw. The rest of the trip passed without anything else strange happening. We kept swimming, kayaking, relaxing. I never saw the figure again. But every night, I kept one eye on that window, waiting. And I never felt completely at ease again. Something about the place had changed for me. It didn't feel like paradise anymore. It felt exposed, like something had noticed us. We left at the end of the week, bumping our way back down that terrible dirt road. I remember looking back at the house from the top of the hill, watching it disappear behind the trees. That stretch of beach felt smaller somehow, more vulnerable. Even now, years later, I can still picture it perfectly. That shape, standing there in the moonlight. Too tall, too still, and the way it vanished the instant the lights came on. I don't try to explain it anymore. I've stopped telling the story to people who weren't there. They never believed me anyway. But I remember it. And if you ever find yourself staying in a house like that, completely alone, miles from anything, just pay attention, especially at night. Look out the window, watch the beach, and maybe keep the lights on. I was about 12 years old, maybe 11, when this happened. It was winter, so the days were short, and by the time I finished my piano lessons, the darkness had already fallen over the town. The place I lived in wasn't even really a town. It was a village at best, with only a few hundred people. Everyone knew everyone, and things didn't feel too out of place, even in the dark. My piano lessons were at this old museum in the middle of town, and it was about a 10-minute walk from my house. Nothing fancy, just an old brick building with squeaky floors and dark corners. But I loved going there. There was something about the way the keys sounded in the quiet room, the smell of the old furniture, and how the teacher would always tell me I was doing well. It was a good place to be, but this night, that feeling changed. It was around 8:30 p.m. when I finished up with the lesson. The streetlights along the road were few and far between, just 4 of them in the whole stretch between the museum and my house. Now, years later, there are more streetlights, but back then, it was dark. Really dark. I didn't mind it, though. I was used to walking that road at night. The village wasn't exactly bustling with activity, and the route I took was familiar. There were no houses along the stretch I had to walk, just the edge of the forest and the harbor down the hill. Coyotes would sometimes howl from across the water, but that was the extent of the wild things you'd hear around here. You'd hear a lot of that kind of thing in a quiet place like this. Still, the quiet was comforting, most of the time. So, I started walking home, the cold air biting at my cheeks, but not too bad. I had my coat zipped up, and my breath hung in the air in little clouds. The road was narrow, and the trees on either side of me were bare, their skeletal branches reaching up into the night sky. It was peaceful, like it always was. The sound of my boots crunching in the snow was the only noise for the first few minutes, just the usual quiet. But then I heard it. It was so faint at first, I wasn't even sure if I heard it at all. A soft, barely audible tune. I slowed my pace, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded like a whistle, almost a melody, something familiar, but not quite. I looked around, expecting to see someone walking up the road, maybe a neighbor, or someone heading into town for groceries or something. But there was no one, not a soul. I could see all the way down the road, past the curve, and the road behind me was empty too. Still, the whistling continued, drawing closer. It wasn't normal. It didn't sound like the wind. It didn't sound like something from the trees. It sounded like someone standing just out of sight, deliberately whistling. The kind of whistling you hear when someone is strolling down the street, passing the time. but there was no one around. No one anywhere. I stopped for a moment, trying to listen closely. The sound was soft but persistent, the tune repeating itself, growing louder. But the closer it got, the stranger it felt, as if it was coming from every direction at once. I stood still, trying to make sense of it, but my chest tightened. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. It wasn't just in front of me. It was almost like it was echoing through the woods, moving around me in a circle. The sound shifted as if someone was walking closer, but there was no one. My stomach knotted up. My pulse started to race. There was something unsettling about the way the tune was being whistled, almost like it wasn't meant to be heard, like it was there to make me feel uneasy. It wasn't a happy tune, or even a casual one. It felt hollow, distant, yet right there somehow. I glanced over my shoulder again, expecting to see someone walking behind me, but the road was as empty as ever. The snow crunched under my boots, and I looked ahead, searching the trees that lined the road, thinking maybe someone was hiding, playing a prank. It wouldn't be the first time some kids tried to mess with me on this stretch of road, but this wasn't normal. The whistling was still growing louder, clearer, like someone was walking right beside me, moving with me. But no one was there. I felt my skin crawl, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. This wasn't right. I started walking faster, the sound of the whistling following me. Every step I took, it seemed to grow closer, but there was no one in sight. It wasn't just the sound anymore. It felt like it was moving along with me, matching my pace. My heart started to race, and I quickened my steps, now practically jogging down the road. But the whistling kept pace, echoing around me like it was coming from every direction. My mind was going a mile a minute, trying to figure out what was happening. It couldn't be someone walking behind me, not unless they were keeping a ridiculous distance. And there was no way someone was ahead of me without me seeing them. The road was too empty, the night too still. Yet the sound was right there, close enough to make my skin prickle with fear. I pushed myself to move faster, my breath coming in shallow gasps, the snow crunching underfoot as I picked up the pace. The whistling kept getting louder. I didn't dare turn around now, didn't want to know what was behind me. My legs burned as I forced myself to run, not looking back. I could see the faint glow of the streetlight at the end of the road now, but it felt so far away, like the more I ran, the farther it got. The whistling was right behind me, like it was breathing down my neck. I could almost feel the air shift with every note. Then, as I neared the streetlight, the sound stopped. No more whistling, no more movement, just silence. I didn't stop to check behind me, didn't stop at all until I reached my front door, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys to get inside. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it quickly. The feeling of something watching me didn't leave until I was safely inside. I never figured out what it was. No one had been behind me. No one had passed me. And the whistling, it never made sense. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I had been tired. Maybe the shadows in the trees had gotten to me. But the more I thought about it, the more it gnawed at me. Even now, when I walk that road, I still hear it in my mind. The tune, that odd, eerie melody. It was just whistling, but it felt like it was something else, something that wasn't supposed to be there. I walked that road many times after that night, and every time, I kept looking over my shoulder, just for a moment, half expecting to hear that whistling again. But it never came back. I never heard it again after that night, and part of me was glad. But there's a part of me that still wonders if I was just too scared to hear it again, or if it was just waiting for me to walk that road at the wrong time. It's been years since then, but I still think about it sometimes. Every time I pass that stretch of road, I look out toward the woods. I can still remember how it felt to be walking in that darkness, with nothing but that haunting whistle in the air, and how I didn't know if I was being followed, or if it was just my mind playing tricks. But whatever it was, I know one thing for sure. It wasn't normal. The story of my brother and I takes up more years than I ever expected to live. It's not the kind of thing you can wrap up neatly into a single event, and there are so many pieces to it, parts one only remember through fragmented journal entries or half-formed memories. I was only 13 when my brother started showing signs of schizophrenia. By the time he was diagnosed, it had been a few years of confusion, worry, and fear. I didn't fully understand what was happening to him, not at first. The hallucinations weren't obvious at first, but the longer it went on, the clearer it became that something was wrong. When it all started, I didn't know how to react. I was a teenager, and everything around me felt like it was falling apart. My brother's behavior had grown increasingly strange, but it was like a slow-building storm, a series of little things that, at first, didn't seem so bad. He'd mumble to himself at odd hours, pace around the house, sometimes even try to burn things. I'd hear his muttering, strange words, like he was talking to someone I couldn't see, and that was only the beginning. Then there was the day he tried to set the house on fire, or when he picked up a knife in a strange fit of rage, shaking it in the air like he was fighting off something invisible. That's when I first started hiding knives under my pillow at night. It felt like I was living in a nightmare, like at any moment he could snap, and I wouldn't be able to stop it. The hospital visits came and went, but it took time for anyone to truly figure out what was going on. At first, they thought it was just a phase, that he was maybe just having a rough time. But the longer it went on, the clearer it became that it wasn't just stress or growing pains. It wasn't normal. And then came the diagnosis: schizophrenia. The doctors explained that it was a condition that made him see things that weren't there, hear voices that weren't real, and act in ways that didn't make sense. But none of that made it any easier to live with. By the time they finally gave him medication, things had gotten worse. The hospital would clear him, telling us he was stable enough to return home. But they didn't understand how it felt to live with someone who was unstable in ways that couldn't be fixed by pills. We were all supposed to pretend everything was normal, to act like nothing was wrong. But I lived in constant fear. I spent my nights with the knife under my pillow, hoping that if something happened, I'd be able to protect myself. At some point, the fear of him hurting me became just as big as the fear of what he might do to himself. My parents were doing the best they could, but they were tired. My mom, trying to keep everything together, started to ease off on the precautions. If he had to be hospitalized less frequently, she reasoned, then he was fine. But I could feel it in the house, the tension that lingered in the corners. My dad noticed what it was doing to me, though. I was missing school, barely eating, and when I did eat, it was often in front of the TV, trying to tune out the world. But what really scared my dad was the way I withdrew from everything. I didn't want to be in the same room as my brother. I didn't want to talk to anyone. My dad saw it, and he made an arrangement for me to have someone over, someone to spend the night and keep me company. That's when Bailey came into the picture. She was a girl I had been close to when we were younger, before everything went bad. My dad knew her mom from work, so he asked if she could come over and stay the night to help me feel less alone. I was surprised when she agreed, but I was also relieved. The thought of spending the night alone, without anyone else to witness what could happen, felt unbearable. When the night arrived, everything seemed to go fine at first. My brother had been calm for about a month. There were no outbursts, no screaming, no strange behavior. He stayed in his room while Bailey and I set up a tent in the living room. The TV was on, and we played games, snacked, and tried to enjoy ourselves. I had hoped that this could be the start of something better, that maybe my life could return to some semblance of normal. At some point, we decided to go to bed. It was one of those rare moments when I didn't feel the weight of my brother's presence in the house. I went to sleep without the usual knot of fear in my stomach, something I hadn't felt in so long. I thought maybe things were turning around. But that night, something happened that I would never forget. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, but I do remember the light that flickered across the walls, the strange shifting shadows that pulled me from my sleep. The sound of thumping was what really startled me. I remember looking at Bailey, and she looked at me too. The silence stretched between us, and then there was more thumping, a dragging sound against the walls of the tent. It felt like someone was walking around the room, but in a way that didn't quite make sense. The thumping wasn't just footsteps. It was like something else, something heavier, something more menacing. I felt my heart race as I listened, not sure if I should say anything or just stay quiet. And then, suddenly, the tent started shaking. The fabric of the tent quivered violently as my brother's voice pierced the night, shouting slurs, his words twisted and broken. My whole body tensed up, and I froze, not knowing what to do. Bailey was crying next to me, but I didn't know if I should move. My legs felt like they were made of stone. The shouting went on for what seemed like forever, but eventually it stopped. The whispers came next, and that's when I realized he wasn't shouting anymore. His voice was softer, quieter, almost like he was trying to talk to someone. I stayed as still as I could, doing my best to comfort Bailey, who was in full-on panic mode now. But I had no idea what to do. The tent shook again, and then the noise stopped altogether. For a moment, there was silence. I felt like I was holding my breath, wondering if I was going to hear something terrible next. I didn't know what was happening, and for the first time in a long time, I thought that maybe my brother had finally lost it, that there was no coming back from it. Then, Bailey spoke up. I'll never forget what she said. "Could you stop? I'm trying to sleep." The words rang out in the dark, cutting through the silence like a knife. I remember thinking, with a sick feeling in my stomach, that those would be the last words I ever heard. I was sure that my brother was going to lose it completely, that he would finally snap and kill one of us. The tension in the room was suffocating, and I thought I might faint from fear. But then, something unexpected happened. The thumping stopped. Just like that, with one final bang, it all went silent. My brother slammed his door upstairs, and I could hear him retreating into his room. For a moment, I just sat there, dumbfounded, staring at the tent wall as if waiting for something more to happen. When I finally got the courage to move, I slipped out of the tent and went to the kitchen, grabbing the knife I kept hidden there. I turned on the lights and saw something that made my stomach drop. The knife I had slept with, the one I kept under my pillow for protection, was sticking out of the wall. I had no idea how it had gotten there, but it was unmistakable. It was the same knife. The blade was lodged in the wall, and there were deep punctures in the drywall all around it. I walked back to the tent, heart pounding in my chest. Bailey was still asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. I didn't know why I didn't tell her what I'd seen, why I didn't wake her up to tell her how close we had just come to something terrible. I just couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. It felt too unreal, too terrifying to process. The next morning, everything seemed normal again, like nothing had happened. Bailey's mom came to pick her up, and no one suspected anything out of the ordinary. But I couldn't forget what I had seen, what I had felt. I didn't tell my parents right away. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared of what would happen if I did. Maybe I was scared of walking past my brother's room and having to face him again. When I finally told my dad about the knife in the wall, he was furious. He asked where the knife had come from, and I told him it had been missing for a while. He didn't know about the one I kept under my pillow, and I didn't correct him. I didn't want to. I just wanted to get through the day and pretend it didn't happen. But the damage was done. After that night, my brother went back to the hospital, and that's when my dad really started to realize just how dangerous things had become. The marks in the wall stayed there, a constant reminder of what could have happened, of how close I had come to losing everything. Bailey never spent the night again. I don't think I'll ever forget what happened that night, or how close I came to losing everything. I sometimes wonder if Bailey remembers it too, or if she's blocked it out, like I've tried to do. But it will always be with me. It's a part of who I am now, a part of my story I can't shake off, no matter how much I wish I could. After that, I stopped letting anyone stay over. My brother's schizophrenia wasn't the kind of thing you could just ignore. It wasn't something you could pretend was fine. It was dangerous, and I knew that. I didn't need to see it happen again to know that the next time could be the last. The scars from that night, both physical and emotional, will never fade. But it was a lesson learned too late. Sometimes, you never really know what's going on inside someone, and the people you love the most can be the ones who scare you the most. It started after a light snowfall, one of those mornings where everything looks quiet and clean, like the world pressed a reset button overnight. I remember waking up to the muffled sound of my dad in the kitchen, his boots thudding against the tile, the scrape of the coffee pot being moved. I didn't think much of it until he came back inside from the front yard with a strange look on his face. He didn't say much, just told me in that low, thoughtful voice he uses when something's bugging him, that someone had walked up to our front porch in the middle of the night. The snow made it obvious. One set of footprints, long, narrow, with a pointed toe like cowboy boots, came in from the road, turned up our driveway, curved around onto the sidewalk, up the 3 concrete steps of the stoop, and onto the porch. They went right to the front door, and then they turned back the same way they came. What got to me wasn't just that someone had come to our front door, but that they stopped there for a long time. The 2 prints in front of the door were sunk deeper into the snow, the edges crisp, like whoever it was just stood there, still and quiet, for a long while. No side-to-side shifting of feet. No pacing. Just 2 solid boot prints, squared to the door. We didn't use that door. Our garage was around back, and everyone we knew came through the side or back entrance. Even delivery drivers figured it out after the first try. I barely remembered the last time we opened the front door ourselves. So whoever came up that path either didn't know us or didn't care. I tried to brush it off. I remember saying something dumb like maybe it was just a lost drunk or a new mail guy who got confused. But I kept thinking about the way those prints just stood there. It was the stillness that stayed with me. Not someone knocking, not someone ringing the bell. Just standing, waiting, watching. We didn't have a camera out front. That was something my dad talked about sometimes, especially when the neighbor across the street had her car broken into a couple years back. But we never got around to it. Still, nothing else happened. No break-ins, no more weird prints, nothing missing or disturbed. Eventually, I forgot about it. A whole year passed. And then I adopted Bailey. She was a rescue, a mutt with too many breeds to count, though she looked part German Shepherd. She'd been abused before I got her, something the shelter warned me about. She was jumpy around loud noises and terrified of tall men, especially if they wore hats. But she loved me fast, and I loved her even faster. She stuck close to me in the house, slept by my bed, and barked her head off at anything she didn't like the sound of. That dog knew the difference between a squirrel on the fence and a person at the door. She didn't bark at ghosts or shadows. If she went off, it was because someone was too close to the house. It was early one morning, must have been a Saturday, just after sunrise. The light outside was pale and cold-looking, filtering through my blinds in streaks. I was still in that half-sleep state, wrapped in blankets, trying to convince myself I could sleep another hour. That's when Bailey started growling. Not loud, not barking, just this low, vibrating sound in her throat. I opened my eyes and saw her by the bedroom door, ears up, head turned slightly like she was listening hard. I figured maybe it was a raccoon in the garbage again, or a stray cat. But then I heard it two slow, heavy steps going up the front stoop. 1, 2, 3. Then the porch creaked. I knew that sound. That old wooden porch always groaned under weight, like it was annoyed at being disturbed. The screen door scraped open. It was loud. It always made this ugly, dragging metal sound when you pulled it open. You couldn't sneak it, and you couldn't mistake it. Bailey lost it. Her growl turned into barking, sharp, panicked, angry barks that echoed off the walls. I got out of bed fast and ran to the window, yanked the blinds up, but by the time I got there, no one was in sight. No footsteps on the sidewalk. No truck parked at the curb. Nothing. I opened the front door cautiously, but didn't step out. The porch was empty. The screen door was shut again. There was no snow that day, so no footprints. But the sound had been so clear. And what struck me then, what made the hair stand up on the back of my neck, was how similar those steps had sounded to the ones I heard when I walked in my new cowboy boots. That same weighty clunk, heel first, then toe. I didn't realize it until later. At the time, I was just wired, running on adrenaline, and trying to figure out what I would have done if I had seen someone. I didn't have a weapon. My dad had a gun, but he wouldn't tell me where it was. Said it was safer that way. I understood, but it still left me feeling exposed. I'm not the kind of person who wants to open the door and throw hands with a stranger, especially not one bold enough to approach a door they shouldn't even be using. A couple weeks passed. I told my dad, and he said it was probably just a door-to-door salesperson or a Jehovah's Witness. But that didn't feel right. They didn't come around this early. And they didn't run off the porch when a dog barked. Something about it felt off. Then it happened again. Same time of day. Same sound, slow, careful steps. Porch creak. Screen door dragging open. This time I sat up fast and shouted, not words, just a sound, angry, loud, sudden. Bailey barked like mad again. I heard the screen door slam, shut hard this time, and then fast footsteps retreating down the stoop. When I got to the window, once again, nobody was there. No car on the road. No movement on the street. Just stillness. And once again, I didn't open the door. I told myself I would next time, but I couldn't make myself do it in the moment. I didn't know what I'd be opening the door to. There was a third time after that, maybe a couple months later. Similar routine, except this time I was already awake. It was a weekday, and I was scrolling my phone in bed before getting up. Bailey started growling again, same low, steady rumble. I froze, not even sure I was hearing it right, and then the porch creaked. I jumped out of bed and crept down the hall, heart pounding. The steps on the porch were slower this time, like whoever it was knew there was a dog and wanted to be quiet. The screen door didn't open this time, though. They just stood there. I peeked through the peephole. But the way the door was set up, I could only see the top part of the porch. Nobody there. Either they were too close to the door to see, or standing just off to the side. Either way, I got that same crawling feeling again, like I was being watched, like there was a pair of eyes just on the other side of the wood. Bailey barked once, short and sharp. Then the sound of the steps retreating again. The rhythm was always the same, deliberate, heavy-booted. It wasn't a kid, and it wasn't someone in sneakers. It was the same kind of boot each time. After that, I started keeping a bat by my bed. Not a gun, but better than nothing. I asked my dad again where he kept his gun, but he still wouldn't tell me. Said if I knew, I might be tempted to use it when I shouldn't. I hated that answer, but I didn't push it. I started thinking maybe I should install a camera. I went online, looked up Ring doorbells and motion sensors. But I was still living with my dad, and he didn't like tech stuff. Said it was all a waste of money, and half the time didn't work when you needed it. And I'll admit, part of me didn't want to see what the camera would catch. I was scared of confirmation, of proof. The worst part was not knowing why. Why our house? Why that door? Why those hours? If someone wanted to break in, they weren't doing it. If it was a prank, it didn't feel like one. There was no laugh, no running off down the street, no thrown eggs or stupid notes. Just silence. Just a presence that came and went, leaving nothing but that uneasy feeling behind. It never escalated. No windows were broken. No damage done. But I started locking every door twice, checking the windows at night. I even moved a heavy dresser in front of my bedroom window, just in case. It made me feel a little better. Eventually, I moved out. Got my own place, a smaller house on a quieter street. Took Bailey with me. She still growls at the occasional mailman or neighbor walking too close, but it's not the same. That house, that porch, it had something wrong with it. Or maybe it wasn't the house. Maybe it was just timing. Maybe it was luck. Bad luck. My dad still lives there. He works long hours and crashes hard when he gets home. Doesn't seem to care much about noises at night. Or maybe he just sleeps too deep to hear them. I asked him once if anything strange had happened lately, and he just said no. But he's not the kind of guy to admit if it had. He's old school. Keeps his own counsel. He's also not the type to run from a fight. If whoever that was ever comes back and tries something when my dad's home, they're not going to get a quiet dog barking. They're going to get an armed, pissed-off man with zero patience and a short fuse. Sometimes I still think about it. About the snow that morning. The boot prints. The way they just stood there, watching a door no one used. The way they kept coming back, quiet and steady, like they were waiting for the right time to do something. I'll never know what. Nothing bad ever happened. But that's what makes it worse somehow. Like it wasn't done yet. Like whoever it was had a plan. Maybe they gave up. Maybe they moved on. Maybe they found someone else's porch. All I know is I'm glad I don't live there anymore. And I'm glad I had Bailey. If she hadn't been there, I might have slept through all of it. I might never have known someone was coming to the door at all. And that's the scariest part, how easy it is not to know. I think about it sometimes when I'm locking up my new place at night. That same old feeling comes back. Unease, not fear exactly, just that crawling sense that someone might be watching. Not trying to break in, not trying to hurt you. Just watching and waiting and standing still for long stretches of time when no one's looking. That's what haunts me. Not what happened, but what didn't.